Okay, so this video I'm gonna go through the SPP file for Matematik. So this is the SBP Kertas. But this time I'm doing Kertas 2, right? Paper 2. Last video I did paper 1. This video I will do paper 2. Okay, so this is the trial 2023 SBP maths paper. So I'm gonna go to question 1 and start. Okay, number 1, let's read the question. Diagram 1 shows a straight line PQR. Okay, definitely this is under which topic? This is under the straight line topic. It's called garis lurus. Yeah, in English we call it straight line. So diagram 1 shows a straight line PQR, and we can see PQR here's a garis drawn on a Cartesian plane. Point Q is the midpoint of straight line PR. So this word is very important. What is midpoint? Midpoint in Bahasa Melayu is titik tengah. Means point Q is exactly middle of PR. So what it means is the distance here and the distance here will be exactly the same, right? The distance here and the distance here exactly the same. And we can also say that the ratio here is 1:1. Okay, because if there is a midpoint, the ratio is 1:1. Okay, now soalan A, this says find value of K. All right, this one is very easy, yeah, but you can do it using two methods. First method is you use distance formula, right? The distance formula is square root bracket square plus bracket square. What's inside the first bracket? X1 minus X2. Inside the next bracket, it will be Y1 minus Y2, right? So the first method I want to mention is you use the distance formula to find K. How you do it? How you do it is you find the distance of PQ, all right? And then after you find distance of PQ, you find distance of QR, and then take both distance and then you equal. You take distance of PQ equal with distance of QR, and then you can find your K like that, right? But I will not do it like that because if I do it like that, it will be a bit slow. There is a faster way to do it, which is straight away use the midpoint formula. So the midpoint formula is uh you will get the answer faster if you use the midpoint formula. So what's the midpoint formula? X1 plus X2 divide by 2, and then comma Y1 plus Y2 divide by 2. All right, this is how you find the midpoint of 2 points, right? This is the formula. So what I will do now is I will find value of K using the midpoint formula. So what I'll write here is I'll just write down the midpoint formula. Midpoint equals to x plus x divide 2, and then comma y plus y divide 2. And since Q is the midpoint, means Q I have to write at the midpoint. And for the x plus x, y plus y, I have to use point P and point R. Okay? Because the middle one I have to write at the midpoint, and then the one at the hujung, the one is the x1 plus x2, y1 plus y2. Understand, right? So now I will take x1 plus x2 and I write here. Means I'll take the x coordinate plus with the x coordinate. So -5 plus 9. And then next will be y coordinate plus y coordinate, which is 7 plus k, right? And then I'll just solve this quickly. You will get 2, yeah, because -5 plus 9 is 4. So 4 divided 2 is 2. And then 7 plus k, this one you cannot do. Yeah, why cannot do is because you don't have the value of k. So even if you use calculator, you cannot find it. So, but it's okay lah, just leave it. Yeah, since we cannot do, so we just write 7 plus k divided 2. And after you reach here, you can compare the x coordinate with the x coordinate, and then the y coordinate and with the y coordinate. And since I'm finding k, I will compare the y coordinate. Means I will take 7 plus k over 2 equals to 2. It means this whole thing and this whole thing, they can connect together because it's equal in the middle, right? It means whatever in front here and whatever at the back here, they are the same thing. So the y coordinate here and the y coordinate here will be exactly the same. So we can connect them together. So now I can find k. 2 times 2, 4. 4 minus 7, -3. That is the answer. Okay. Now let's do B. So this is only worth 1 mark. All right. Soalan B, this says calculate distance of PR. So I want to find distance of PR. So but I already know point R coordinate. It's 9, -3, right? Because at first you don't know the K, but now you know already the K is -3. So we can update our information, update our diagram, and write -3 at the K. Now we can find distance of PR. So what we do is we use the distance formula, right? But it's PR, not PQ, not QR, but PR. So we use this one, definitely we have to use the distance formula to do it. And do you remember just now when I explained A, I said there's two methods to do it, right? You can either take distance of PQ equal distance of QR, or you can straight away use midpoint formula. But I end up using the midpoint formula to do A because it's faster, right? But now B, you have to use the distance formula. So I already write it here. Yeah, so this is the formula. So the formula is bracket square plus bracket square with the square root lah, of course. And then inside the first bracket, you have to write x coordinate minus x coordinate. And since you are taking P and R, obviously you have to look at the P and R punya x coordinate. So I will take -5 minus 9, right? X minus x. You want to take 9 minus -5 also can. Yeah, you get the same, right? So -5 minus 9, and then belakang is y minus y. So 7 minus -3, which is 7 plus 3 lah. Okay. So for student that want to write 9 minus -5 can also, but if you write 9 minus -5 here, belakang you write -3 minus 7. Yeah, can also. You will get the same answer, believe me. -5 minus 9 square, you use calculator. Let me press. Negative minus 9 is -14. Square, you get positive 196. And then 7 plus 3 is 10, square is 100. So you get square root 296. And what is square root 296? You press calculator, it's 17.20. Okay, so that is the answer lah. Okay, and since there is no unit here, they never say cm or whatever, you just write units. Okay, and always write 4 significant figure for your answer to be safe. Okay, 4 significant figure means like that lah. 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. Okay, don't write 17 like that. Okay, if you write 17, it's very risky, it's very dangerous, because yeah, the more you have to write 4 significant figure lah. My advice is you write 4 significant figure. Okay, so I think that's all. Yeah, that's all for question 1. Okay, let's go to number 2. Okay, when I see this table, I know it's a life insurance question, right? Because when you see this kind of thing like non-smoker, smoker, age, male, female, these are all factors that can affect the premium for life insurance. So this is a life insurance question. Let's read the question. Table 1 shows the annual premium rate scheduled per 1,000 ringgit, face value of a yearly renewable term insurance offered by Syarikat Insurance Azam. So this table gives you the rate of the life insurance. Okay, let's read. Encik Irfan is 36 years old. So later I have to refer that when I look at the table, I have to look at 36. Is healthy and non-smoker. So I have to look at male lah, because he's Encik, right? So definitely this guy is not a female. And then he's healthy, non-smoker. So non-smoker, male, 36 years old, the rate is 2.12. Okay, so I'm just going to circle it first. All right, and then let's keep reading. He wants to buy an insurance policy worth 250,000. Okay, what is this? This is called the face value. The face value, or you can also say the sum insured. Okay, the sum insured. It is the same thing, right? Have the same meaning. Okay, in Bahasa Melayu we call it nilai muka. Okay, nilai muka, right? Face value nilai muka. Okay, and then he wants to add on another critical policy. Okay, so there's another policy. Syarikat Insurance Azam offers a critical illness policy with a coverage of 40% of basic face value of the premium rate is RM 1 ringgit 75 cent per 1,000 based on Encik Irfan's age and health status. So the other policy that he wants to buy, dia punya face value akan jadi 40% of 250,000. Okay, because they say basic face value, right? Means the 250,000 lah. And then the premium rate for the new policy is 1.75. Okay, and then they say calculate annual premium for Encik Irfan. Okay, before I start to do this question, I will tell you the formula. Calculate premium for life insurance. So I'm just gonna write annual premium. Annual means 1 tahun, tahunan. So annual premium. Okay, the formula for life insurance is this. You will take the sum insured, or you can say face value. Face value and sum insured is the same thing. Face value ataupun sum insured, divide by 1,000. Yeah, and then times with the rate. Okay, the premium rate. And this rate they will give you in table. They will give you in exam. Yeah, the rate they will usually give you in the table like this, right? So for example, just now I circled the 2.12, right? That's the rate lah. Okay, so now let's try to calculate Encik Irfan's punya premium, annual premium. So first of all, dia punya face value is 250,000, right? 250,000, and then the formula have to bahagi 1,000. So I bahagi 1,000 because it's per 1,000. Yeah, that's why. So you have to bahagi 1,000 dulu, baru darab dengan rate dia iaitu 2.12. Right? That's all. This is how you calculate the annual premium for what is it? The life. Yeah, the life insurance lah. Yeah, the yearly renewable one. But then you have to plus with what? Do you remember he got say he wants to add on another policy, and this other policy, the face value will be 40% of the basic face value. Means I have to take 40 over 100, which is 0.4 lah. So I'm just gonna write 0.4. 40 divided 100 means 0.4 times with the original face value, which is 250,000. So this is how to say, the other policy punya face value. And then you will also divide 1,000. Yeah, you will use back the same formula. And then the rate for this critical illness thing is 1.75. Okay, and it's also per 1,000. That's why I got divide 1,000, right? And then now I will just use my calculator. Then I get the answer already. Yeah, I just press all this in my calculator. Okay, this one before I press, I realized can cut. So cut 3 zeros, potong 3 zeros. Now I'm just gonna press 250 times 2.12. All right, my calculator give me 530. But this is only the annual premium for the yearly renewable term, which is this one, the yearly renewable term, which is the first policy he bought. But he buy another, he got add another policy, so I have to plus with 0.4. Let's press times 250. This one can cut also, right? Cut. So times 1.7. Okay, my calculator give me 175. Okay, and of course the last step is to plus these two together, and then I will get, okay, let me press 705. Yeah, so you just write 705, and I recommend write RM lah, because this is the money you have to pay to the insurance company a year. So you have to write RM. Okay, if up here you don't want to write RM, it's fine, because yeah, but for the last baris, because they bagi markah dekat sini, so I recommend you write RM, right? So this is the answer, calculate annual premium, right? So that's the answer. But you have to be careful, because sometimes they might ask you to calculate monthly premium. So if you want to calculate monthly, then what you do, after you sampai sini, 705, you bahagi 12 lah, right? But this question, you don't have to do that, right? They ask for annual. Okay, hope you understand. All right, let's continue with question 3. Diagram 2 shows a rectangular park in a residential area. So this is a rectangle. So definitely the opposite side will be sama panjang, and then the opposite side here will be sama panjang also. Okay, and then this is a park, like a taman, in a residential area EFGH. Okay, and then the shaded area JEK and GLM are a grassy, and JKFLMH. MH is a cemented area. I think I should label this JKFLMH. So I'm just gonna write here cemented, cemented. Yeah, it's a cemented area. As for the triangle, the shaded here is the grass area. Okay, so this is grass, right? And what is this whole thing called? This whole thing is called a park. Yeah, it's a rectangular park. Okay, and then there's the park got some area filled with grass, and then there's some area which is filled with cement. That's what it means. So far, I understood what they mentioned here. Now let's see what they want. Form a new quadratic expression to represent the cemented area. So they only want you to form a quadratic expression. It means they will ask you to solve it. Just form a quadratic expression. So I'm just going to tell you what is expression first. Expression means the equation will look like this, because it's a quadratic, right? So quadratic means the highest power is 2. So it will be ax power 2 plus bx plus c. This is what we call an expression, quadratic expression. Okay. But if I put equals 0, then it becomes quadratic equation. Then it's different already, because they want expression, right? Expression means dia tak ada equal punya, right? So I repeat one more time in bahasa Melayu. If dia tak ada equal, we call it ungkapan kuadratik. But if ada equal, we call it persamaan kuadratik. So they only want us to form a quadratic expression. So this is how your final answer would look like. But of course, you have to, how to say, you have to write in this form, but you also have to refer the diagram and see what they want lah. So they want the cement area punya luas, right? Which is this part lah. All right, how can we find the area of this shape? Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. Yeah, it's very difficult to find this shape, because you never learn how to find area for this shape. This is like a very weird shape. You tak pernah tengok pun shape ni kan. And there is no formula direct untuk cari bentuk yang macam ni. So the only way is you will take the something minus something. Means you have to take the whole area of rectangle minus with the triangle. That's the only way. Yeah. So I'm just gonna write here area of cemented area. Okay, I'm not even gonna write the word equal here, because they said expression. So I'm just gonna draw a line. Okay, I don't even want to put equal, because expression means there's no equal, right? Usually when I'm doing it, I will write equal one, but for this question, I will not do that. Okay, because they already said it's expression. So I'm just gonna straight away write, I will not put equal. So first I'm gonna find the area of rectangle, which is 14 multiply with 3x plus 4. This is how you find area of rectangle. Just take the base times height, right? Done already. And then you have to minus with what? We have to minus with the grass area, right? And the grass is the right triangle, but there's two triangle, and these two triangles are different size. So let's minus with the first rectangle. It will be 1/2 times base times height. So the base and height will be the two lines forming the 90-degree. Yeah, so this is the base, this is the height. So this is x, this is also x. Hey, wait, how I know this one is x? Because they got put a line here, you see? If they go put a line like this, means indicating they are same length. They are trying to tell you that this line and this line, they are same length. So the base and height are both x, so x like that, right? And here I will use the big bracket. Okay, and of course you have to minus lagi dengan satu lagi triangle, and I will use the same formula 1/2 times base times height. And this time my base and height will be what? Same, you have to choose the two lines that forms the 90 degree in the triangle. So this is the 90 degree, so the base and height is definitely these two lines, not this one. Okay, not the LM. Okay, it's this one and this one, which is 2x. And then the other one also 2x. How I know? Because they got put two line like this. Means this line and this line will be same length, right? Same side. So now you will simplify this whole thing lah. And remember, I will not write equal. I'll just leave it like this. Yeah. Okay, because they said expression, right? So I'm just gonna write here 14 times 3x. I'll just write it down. What is it? Let's use calculator. 14 times 3. Okay, 42. So you just write 42x. And don't forget the 4 also have to times 14, which is 56. Yeah. And then minus, okay, 1/2 times x times x. Okay, x times x is x squared. And then x squared divide 2 is just 1/2 x squared lah. Or you can also write x squared over 2. Yeah, it's the same. And then minus with, okay, this 2 and this 2 can cut. You will left with x times 2x, which is 2x squared. And then times 1, which is 2x squared lah, right? And then I will, okay, there's bracket, right? But actually this bracket, even if you open the bracket also, it would be the same, right? So you can straight away erase this bracket. Yeah, like this. And then now the x squared and the x squared, we can do it together, right? So let's tekan -1/2 minus 2 in our calculator. So what is -1/2 x squared minus 2? Okay, my calculator gives me -5/2 x squared. So the answer is -5/2 x squared, and then plus 42x plus 56. Why this one, the x squared have to write in front? Because I told you already, right? Quadratic expression, the form must be like this. The x squared have to write paling depan, and then followed by x, followed by number. That is why this one I purposely write in front, and then only I write 42x plus 56. So yeah, I think this is the answer. Yep. So they want you to form quadratic expression, so I'm just going to write 3 dots here to show them, yeah, this is my final working. Okay, so 3 marks for this, not so bad, huh? Okay, let's continue with number 4. Yeah, this is a trigonometry question. Okay, whenever you see right angle triangle, you see cos in the question, you know it's a trigo question. And student hate to do this question. Okay, student usually very weak at this. So, tapa, let's go through together. Diagram 3 shows a right angle triangle. Okay, so this is a triangle yang ada 90 degree lah. Right angle means got 90 degree. PQR and PRS is a straight line. Wait, where is R? How can PQR is a straight line? Okay, I think they made a mistake here, because how can PQR be a straight line? Is that I don't know lah, but whatever. Maybe they silap code yang ni. Okay, but PRS is definitely a straight line lah. But PQR, how can it be a straight line? Oh, okay. I think they meant right angle triangle PQR, and then PRS is straight line. Okay, understand. Okay, all right. So far nothing important here lah. And then they says given cos y -7/25. Okay, definitely this is important. So let's write down cos y equals -7/25. Okay, whenever I teach my student, I always say this. When you want to label, make sure the angle here, when you're doing trigo question lah, when you see sine, cos, tangent, make sure the angle is inside the right angle triangle. If it's not inside the right angle triangle, you cannot determine your opposite hypotenuse adjacent. Okay, I repeat one more time. When your angle is not inside the right angle triangle, when your angle is outside the right angle triangle, you cannot determine the opposite adjacent hypotenuse, right? So if you look at your angle y, it's not inside the right angle triangle, so you cannot simply write the opposite because the angle is outside the right angle. So what you have to do is you have to use the reference angle. Okay, let me explain. This quadrant y, this y angle is a quadrant 2 angle. All right, how you know it? The question never tell you, but how you know it's a quadrant 2? Okay, you don't need the question to tell you which quadrant. You can use your eyes and just look at it, and then you can tell already it's quadrant 2. Why? Because like this is 90 degree. Like this is 90 degree. So if I give you an angle like this, definitely you will tell me this angle is less than 90, because like this is like this baru 90, right? So when you see an angle like this, you know it's less than 90. But what if I give you an angle that look like this? Definitely this angle is more than 90 but smaller than 180. How you know it? You don't need the question to tell you. You use your eyes also, you can see, because like this is 90 degree, right? Like from here to here is 90. But this one is like more than 90 already, can you see? But it's less than 180 lah. That's why this is quadrant 2 angle. So same with this question. You can use your eyes to determine this y angle is actually not quadrant. It's not quadrant 1, because 90 degree is like this, like this. Like this baru 90, but this angle is like go over here already. So definitely it's more than 90, but smaller than 180. That's why it's quadrant 2 angle. Maksudnya, if it's quadrant 2 angle, how to get the reference angle? You have to take 180 minus, right? So when you use it means if the angle is outside the right angle triangle, you cannot determine your hypotenuse, your adjacent, your opposite, right? But what you can do is you use the reference angle to determine opposite, hypotenuse, adjacent. So the reference angle for y will be this angle here, right? Reference angle means angle towards x, right? So if your angle look like this, then your angle towards x will be here, right? Angle towards x-axis. This will be your angle, right? And after you label the reference angle, now you know which one is your opposite lah. Depan sudut we call it opposite O. Depan 90 we call it H hypotenuse, and the remaining one we call it A adjacent, right? And then now we know they say cos is equals to -7/25. So we need to hafal so ka toa. So this is a cos. Cos means adjacent divide hypotenuse. It means yang atas sini is the adjacent, yang bawah sini hypotenuse. It means I can padam the A and write 7. Okay, and then I can padam the H and write 25. Okay, I can padam the H and write 25. Okay, because this is the information yang soalan bagi. Then what about the negative? The negative jangan tulis. Panjang mana ada negative? Alright. How can you say that the panjang is negative? It's not possible. Panjang tak ada negative. The negative only indicates quadrant. You know why it got negative? It's because of this. Add sugar to coffee. All positive, sign positive, tangent positive, cos positive. And since this angle is quadrant 2, that is why got negative. So the negative only indicates quadrant. You will not write the negative inside when you label. All right, understand? Huh? And now you can see that you can also find your opposite, right? Because this is a right angle triangle. You already have 2 sides. So how to find the other sides is very simple. You can use Pythagoras theorem. Okay, okay. But the question never asked me to find that. But trust me, you need to find the PQ first before doing because they want us to calculate tangent x, right? But trust me, if you don't find the PQ panjang, you cannot do the tangent x later also. So I'm just gonna write PQ here, and I will use Pythagoras theorem to find the PQ panjang. How to use Pythagoras theorem? Square root, bracket square, bracket square. Here is 25, here is 7. Plus or minus? Minus. Minus. Okay. Why not plus? Okay. You will only plus when you are finding the hypotenuse, which is the longest side in the right angle triangle. So this PQ is not the longest side. Okay, because it's not the pan 90 degree. So this is minus. So now you will press calculator and see what you get lah. 25 square minus 7 square. Okay, my calculator give me 576. And then square root 576 is just going to be 24. All right, it means this panjang is 24 cm. Right, but it's still not the answer yet, right? They want to find value of tangent x, hence determine the value of x. So I'm just going to write tangent x here and then go and find angle x lah. Of course, if I want to find tangent x, I cannot look at my y angle anymore. I have to look at my x angle. And can you tell me this x angle, is it inside the right angle triangle or outside the triangle? It's outside, right? It's outside the right angle triangle. If it's outside, can I determine the opposite adjacent hypotenuse? No. No, right? Because it's outside. If it's inside, then only you can determine the opposite hypotenuse adjacent. If it's outside, you cannot determine. Then what to do? Then how? I baru bagi tahu saja tadi. If the angle is outside, what you do? You take the reference angle. And what is reference angle? Reference angle means angle towards x. Angle towards x. So if this angle is outside, you can tell which quadrant you can actually nampak which quadrant is this angle, right? And I'm going to tell you this is a quadrant 4 angle, right? You don't need the question to tell you which quadrant. You use your eyes also, you can know, you can tahu dear quadrant 4, because look at this angle. It's definitely more than 180, and it's not just more than 180. It's more than 270, but less than 360. That's why it's quadrant 4. That's why it's quadrant 4. And in quadrant 4, how you get the reference angle? If it's a quadrant 4, how you get the reference angle? Reference angle means angle towards x. How you do it? You take 360 minus, right? So what happens when you take 360 minus x? You will get here. It means this is the angle that we will use to determine the opposite adjacent hypotenuse, not the angle just now. So now this is my new reference angle. So this is the angle we will use to determine the opposite adjacent hypotenuse. So now you can see your angle is inside the right angle already. So the pan angle, we call it opposite. The pan 90, we call it hypotenuse. The remaining one, we call it adjacent, right? And since I'm finding tangent x, right? So we have to leave some empty space here. Later, I'll tell you why I have to leave this empty space. Some of you will know why I leave the empty space. So leave the empty space first. And then now you look at the tangent formula. So, ka, toa. Toa means opposite, divide, adjacent. So the opposite is 7, adjacent is 24. But why you have to leave some empty space here? It's because you have to check whether positive or negative. This is fourth quadrant. Fourth quadrant only cause positive. Now you're finding tangent. That's why I have to put negative. Right? So remember that the negative indicates quadrant. So if your real x angle is quadrant 4, you have to double check lah. Okay. But what if your angle is inside the right angle? Then you don't have to check must be positive, because if it's inside, definitely it's quadrant 1, and in quadrant 1 all positive, right? But if it's outside, then you have to use the reference angle to determine opposite, adjacent, hypotenuse, and then lastly you just check whether you need to tambah the negative or not, right? This one you have to tambah negative because the fourth quadrant, when you tangent the fourth quadrant angle, you will get negative, because in fourth quadrant only cos positive, right? So this is how you get the 4 marks. So I hope you understand. Wait, they want me to calculate tangent x, but then they say hence determine value of x. So I think it's not done yet, right? After I reach here, I still have to continue. So I don't have enough space here. I'm just gonna write down a bit. Okay, I'm just gonna write here lah. So I'm just gonna find x. So how to find x? You just move the tangent over to the other side, becomes tangent inverse, okay, and then 7 over 24. Please don't tekan the negative, alright? Don't tekan the negative. If you tekan negative, salah. I already mentioned so many times. This negative only indicates quadrant. You cannot tekan the negative, alright? You tekan negative, salah, okay? So now you tekan shift tangent, 7 over 24. So let me press my calculator. Okay, why my calculator give me syntax error? Okay, maybe I need to press again. Okay, my calculator actually give me 16 degree 16 minutes. Yeah. Okay, I usually write in degree minutes. 16 degrees 16 minutes. If you want to write in decimal, can also. If in decimal is 16.26, right? And remember, this is not the answer. This is just the reference angle. That is why you didn't tekan the negative just now. You want to get the reference angle first, and then only you think about which quadrant which quadrant is tangent negative, and then baru you cari x. Faham? So now what you do is you have to check quadrant. Tangent now is negative, so you have to hafal lah. Add sugar to coffee. All positive, sine positive, tangent positive, cos positive. So when tangent is negative, it means it's on the second quadrant and the fourth quadrant, because first and third quadrant tangent is positive. So it's second quadrant and fourth quadrant. And what is the 16 degree 60 minute? That is not the answer. That is just the reference angle. And it means that angle is the angle towards x. It means the 16 is here and here. Angle towards x, x-axis, this one, right? So this is a 16 degree 16 minute. This is 16 degree 60 minute. So now to get your x, you have to find this angle and you have to find this angle. Understand, right? So it means you want the quadrant 2 and quadrant 4 answer, not the quadrant 1. Not the quadrant 1. But you need to get the quadrant 1 first. Then only you can convert. Okay. So that's why here I write reference angle lah. Okay, how to convert to quadrant 2? I think you can take 180 minus. Okay, because if you want quadrant 2 means from here to here. So you will take 180 minus with this one, then you get the answer. So let me press calculator. 180 minus answer. Okay, my calculator give me 163 degree 44 minute. 163 degree 44 minute. And there's one more answer, which is quadrant 4. And quadrant 4 is from here, pusing, sampai sini. Okay, the 16 degree 60 minute is the reference angle of the fourth quadrant answer. So you have to take 360 minus. Okay, because one circle is 360 minus here. Angle mesti kira dari sini. Alright, so that's why I have to kira dari sini. And then pusing anti-clockwise. Okay, so let's go 360 minus 16 degrees 60 minutes. Okay, my calculator give me 343 degree 44 minutes. All right. So yeah, this is how you find the x. But there is one more thing you need to jaga-jaga sini, because if you look carefully, x is the angle from here to here, right? It means there can only be one answer. This angle cannot be two angles at the same time. So one of these is wrong. So which one is wrong? Okay, I already tell you in the beginning, x is the fourth quadrant angle. Why? Because you use your eyes. You use your eyes also, you can know this angle is definitely quadrant 4. Yeah, it's more than 180, more than 270, but less than 360, so it's quadrant 4. So definitely, I will cut this, and then this will be my answer. But I recommend during exam, you don't correction tape. Okay, it means you don't erase this working. You show them also, but you cut using a pen. You cut a line like that. Okay, means you show them the full working line. You don't erase. Okay, you don't erase. Okay, you show them and then you just cut like that. Or you can also write rejected down here. Can also. Okay, rejected means we reject this answer. This will end up be our final answer. Okay, so I think yeah, I'm finished with this question. Okay, 4 marks for this. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, number 5. I think this is variation. Let's read. Table 2 shows the relation between three variables M and P. So they give you in a table, right? So M and P. Here they give you 24, 8, 40. And then the other column, they give you 0.3 Q 45. So definitely this one is the complete information. And this one is the not complete information, because this information, they only give you M and P. The N, they just write Q. Q is not a number. Q means dia tak bagi lah. So later, when I find K, I have to use the complete information, not the incomplete one, right? So now let's read. This says what? Given M, okay, what is this? This is the variation. Yeah, the variation, okay? So let's write down. So M varies directly as N squared and inversely as P. Okay, duduk bawah is inverse, duduk atas is direct. And then it says express M in terms of NP. Soalan B, calculate value of Q. Means soalan A, they never ask you to straight away find Q first. Soalan A, you just have to express M in terms of N and P. So do you remember how to do it? First step is change the variation to equation. And how to change this to the equation? Just write equal, but you have to put a K here, right? And then it will be K times N square over P. But we all know when we have a number times with fraction, this number will only darab dengan nombor yang atas. So if I want to be fast, I can straight away write what? I can straight away write Kn square dekat atas like that. Okay, and then now what you do after you change your variation to equation, what you do is you find the K. But in order to find K, you need to have a complete information, a full information. What does it mean by full information? It means you need to have M, you need to have N, and you need to have P. Tiga kena ada baru boleh cari K. So ada tak soalan bagi tiga MN and P? Ada kan dekat table sini, right? You don't tell me you use this one. If you use this one tak boleh. Kenapa? Because if you try to substitute this information inside, you will only have M and P, and then for the N you don't have. So how you want to find K? It's not possible because you need to have all three. In order to find K, you need to have semua. Yang lain semua kena ada. So you have to masuk information yang full, which is M24, and then N is 8, and don't forget the square, and then P is 40 like that. And now you can find your K by using calculator lah. So how you find your K is, first thing first is you can leave the K here. This one 40 duduk bawah, right? So when it's duduk bawah means it's the divide, bahagi. So bahagi hantar jadi darab 40. Darab 40. And then the 8 square is, if you press, you will get 64. Okay, and the 64 and K is darab. So when you hantar jadi bahagi, so it become like this, right? So now you just press calculator, then you get answer. 25 times 40 divided 64. Okay, my calculator give me 15. So the K is 15. But the soalan never ask you to find K. The soalan asks you to express M in terms of N and P. So you have to rewrite. You have to tulis semula. And when you tulis semula, you tengok sini lah. So the answer will be M equals 15N square over P. Okay, this is your A answer. Because your A only asks you to find the M in terms of N and P, right? So this is the A answer. What about B? Calculate value of Q. Okay, B, now only you will substitute with this incomplete punya information. Okay, but let's write down our new formula first. M equals 15N square over P. So now you want to find Q. Yeah, very simple. If you want to find Q, it means you're finding N lah. Q is N, right? Can you see from the table? Q is actually N. So it means they're asking you to find N. And can you tell me, if I want to find N, what information I need to, yang dia kena bagi saya, if I want to find N? Saya kena ada M and saya kena ada P lah. What about the K? The K no need already. You find it already just now. Okay, that is why you have to do this one first lah. That's why you have to do this one first. Before finding Q, you have to do this one first. If you don't find the K first, you can't find the Q, right? So hope you understand. Now I've just put in the information. M is, what is it? M is 0.3, yeah. And then the P is 45, okay? And then the N will just be Q. So the N, I'm just going to write Q here. And don't forget the square. So let me just write nicely, 15, and then N square. Okay, so I put bracket, and then I don't forget to write Q here. So now you can find your Q. You just pindah lah. Okay, first thing first is I will leave the Q square here, and then I'll write 0.3. This one, 45, when you move there, it becomes times. And then 15, when you move here, becomes divide. Understand, right? Because divide jadi times, times jadi divide. It means yang bawah jadi atas, yang atas jadi bawah lah. Okay, so now you press this whole thing inside your calculator. 0.3, 0.9. Yeah. So this is the not the answer yet. I still have to square root, because square, when you move over there, becomes square root. So when you tekan square root 0.9, let's see what they give you. So let me press. Okay, it's 0.94. Okay, it's like very ugly answer lah, but it's okay. You can write 4 significant figures. I always recommend to write 4 significant figures. It's the safest. So 9, 4, 8, 6, 8. So 8, 7. So 4 significant figure. The 0 in front, we never count it as significant figure. Okay. So that is the answer. Okay. Yep. I think done already. Okay, let's continue. Okay, let's go to number 6. Let's read the question. Diagram 4 shows a parallelogram OPQR. Okay, let me tell you something about parallelogram. The exam really like to ask parallelogram in the straight line topic. Okay, I mentioned this to my student also. Okay, this is memang exam paling suka punya shape parallelogram. So this is what topic first of all. If you look at the soalan, find equation, find x-intercept. This is definitely the straight line punya topic. It's form 3. Yeah, this one is form 3 you belajar punya. So it's called garis lurus. And whenever you do garis lurus, I always mention to student labeling sangat penting. Okay, the labeling is very important. So can you tell me parallelogram what we can label if this is a parallelogram? It means atas garisan and bawah punya garisan will be parallel, and not just parallel, they will be sama panjang also. Okay, because that's the characteristic of parallelogram. All right. Then what about this line and this line? Yeah, they will be parallel to each other also, and also they will be sama panjang. Okay. So yeah, and can you tell me if two lines are parallel, means what? It means the gradient will be same lah, right? It means the gradient up here, the gradient of this line will be same, and of course the kiri kanan punya gradient also will be same. But we need to know that not all lines have gradient, right? Some lines have gradient, some lines don't have gradient. So I'm just gonna write gradient here, and I'm gonna write gradient here, non-gradient and gradient. Here I'll write straight line. So straight line bukan semua yang ada gradient. Some lines tak ada gradient. So soalan line yang tak ada gradient is line yang macam ni or line yang macam ni. Right? It means this line is like perpendicular with the y-axis ataupun perpendicular dengan x-axis. Right? Then dia tak ada gradient. And for this type of line, for this type of non-gradient line, the equation will only have one variable. It means y equals something and then x equals something. One variable. You see? Ada x sahaja ataupun ada y sahaja. Then it's a gradient line. Okay, I mean non-gradient line. Sorry, non-gradient line. Okay, line yang macam pula. And then for gradient line, it will be either look like this, okay, and like this. All right, and you can clearly see the line is like sengit punya. Okay, like the non-gradient is like completely horizontal, completely vertical, like straight punya, right? But for gradient punya line, dia mesti akan ada sengit punya. And the equation will have two variable. Just now for non-gradient, it will only have one variable in the equation, right? This one got two variable, it will be like this, y equals mx plus c. It means dia akan ada y, dia akan ada x. This one ada y sahaja ataupun ada x sahaja. This one ada y and ada x, right? And the m and c you need to find it lah. So what is the m stands for? The m stands for gradient, and there is a formula for gradient. Means you take the difference in y bahagi difference in x. Okay, but don't worry, I will use this formula later. And then c is the y-intercept, right? And y-intercept ada dua cara untuk cari. Okay, so okay, I'm just gonna give you the note straight away lah. So the first note is how to find gradient, right? So the gradient formula is you take the m is the symbol for gradient. It will be y2 minus y1 divide x2 minus x1. Or you can also say difference in y bahagi difference in x. Yeah, it's the same thing, right? And then second thing is y-intercept. Okay, y-intercept. Dalam bahasa Melayu pintasan y. So to get the y-intercept, to get the c, there's two methods. First method is you use your eyes to look at the diagram. It means you guna mata tengok untuk cari dia punya y-intercept. For example, look at this diagram. Can you tell me the c? Where is the c? Where is the c? Is it here? No, I don't think so. That's the x-intercept. Which one is c? This one is the c, right? You know what y-intercept means, right? Y-intercept means the exact location where the line touches the y-axis. That's what we call y-intercept. So if you look at this line, dekat mana dia sentuh y-axis? Where does it touch the y-axis here, right? So that's the C lah. And what about this one? Where's the exact point the line touches the y-axis? Where is it? It's here, right? So that's the C, right? Then what about this one? That one is x-intercept. Okay, that one is x-intercept. Okay, so cari y-intercept ada dua cara. First cara is you use your eyes to see whether the soalan ada bagi tak. Sometimes they will give you for free. Like the y-intercept, they will give you for free. So if they give you for free, you just straight away ambil je lah and masuk saja. But if they never give you for free, then you have to passes through xy. What does it mean by passes through? Means you choose a point on the line yang ada passes through, and then substitute the xy inside the equation. Okay, tak apa, nanti bila kita buat, and when I do it later, you will understand, right? I'll just give you the full notes first. The next one is I will put star here. This one is exam famous, huh? This one exam like to ask. The third one, which is the x-intercept, right? X-intercept. So soalan sometimes they will ask you to find x-intercept, and I want you to hafal this. But if they want to do x-intercept, just do y equals 0, right? Just memorize this. Just remember this. When you see the soalan says find x-intercept, just put the y equals 0. That's all, right? But you need to make sure you have your equation first lah. You need to have your equation y equals mx plus c first. And the m and c both kena ada dulu. Baru boleh buat yang ini. Baru boleh cari x-intercept. It means if the soalan asks you to find x-intercept, but you don't have your gradient and y-intercept, and you don't have the equation y equals mx plus c, you cannot find x-intercept dulu lah. You have to find the equation first, y equals mx plus c, and the m and c have to find first. Then only you can do the step 3, which is find x-intercept, right? So yeah, I think that's all. I think with this, you can solve this question easily already. So now I will start doing A. So A says find equation of straight line RQ. I want to ask you, this RQ garisan is a gradient line or non-gradient line? It's gradient, right? Why? Because if you got pay attention to my explanation, I said gradient line, it will senget like this one. The line will be senget one. So if you use your eyes, you can tell already this RQ line is definitely a gradient line. So definitely, if I want to find the equation, it will have two variable. For gradient line punya equation, there will be two variable, y and x. For non-gradient, it will have one variable only. Okay, y equals number, x equals number. Okay, this one got two variable, and the equation will look like this, mx plus c. But of course, don't leave it like this lah. Come on, like the m and c kena cari. That is why in the first note and the second here, I show you how to find the m and c. So first is finding m. Okay, first of all, m, when you're finding m, you have to use this formula, which is the y coordinate minus y coordinate divided x coordinate minus x coordinate. But if you look carefully, you need two coordinates. Okay, in order to use this gradient formula, you need 2 points. Then baru you boleh ambil y minus y, x minus x. If you only have 1 point, you cannot find the gradient. So what you can do is you can pinjam the gradient of OP. Why you can pinjam the gradient of OP? Because the gradient of RQ and the gradient of OP is same. Why same? Because this is a parallelogram. So even though I can't find the gradient of RQ, I can find the gradient of OP and then salin from OP, salin from the gradient of OP, because these two lines are parallel. They are salary. And when two lines are salary parallel, means they will have the same gradient. So what I will do is I will find gradient of OP instead. And I can find gradient of OP easily because there's 2 points. First point is 0, 0, because it's O, right? And then the other point is P. So what you do is you take y minus y, which is 3 minus 0, and then divide by 4 minus 0. So now you know the gradient is 3 over 4. So it means that this line, the gradient is 3 over 4. And guess what? The RQ line also, the gradient 3 over 4. And I repeat one more time, why they have same gradient? Because parallel, because salary, that is why, okay? So now I can put in the 3 over 4 inside my m here. So now it becomes y equals mx plus c. So it will be 3 over 4x plus c. And do you remember, I will teach you how to find c just now, right? Got two methods. First method is you use your eyes to see whether they got give you or not the y-intercept. And of course, if they never give it to you, you use the other method, passes through method. So I'm going to highlight the line for you so you can see it more clear. So this is the line that we are looking. Yeah, this is the line that we are trying to find the equation, the RQ line, right? So tell me now, did they give you the C? C means y-intercept, huh? And I already explained y-intercept means the exact location, the exact point this line touches the y-axis. Dekat mana, where is the exact location this line touches the y-axis? Here, right? And they already give it to you, which is 4. So the C is 4. Siap, ini jawapan dia. Right? But what if one day they never give it to you for free? Then you use the second method lah. I told you already, right? For C, there's another method which is passes through xy. This method is like you choose any point that the line got passes through, and then you just substitute the line, the point inside the x and y. It means the x coordinate you put in inside x, the y coordinate put in y, find the C. Kalau dia tak bagi lah. But this one they give it to you for free already, so you just do that and then get 2 marks already. Right? Okay, sudah siap. Let's do B. Find the x-intercept of straight line RQ. X-intercept. X-intercept. I told you exam famous, right? I put star here. X-intercept, how to do? Just put y equals 0. Okay, but you take which equation to do y equals 0? They want RQ ma. So of course you take the RQ equation lor. If they want x-intercept of PQ, then you take the PQ punya equation and do y equals 0. Right? So depends. When you do y equals 0, it's also you have to how to say, check whether which equation yang you gonna buat y equals 0. And for this case, it's RQ. And the equation of RQ, you have it already, you find it in A already, which is y equals 3 over 4x plus 4. And since I'm finding x-intercept, what I will do? I will do y equals 0. I asked you to remember this, right? So just change the y to 0. That's all, done already. And then now you just find x. Okay, now just find x. Okay, what I'll do is I'll try my best to get rid of this fraction. Okay, because I don't like fraction. So what I'll do is I'll take everything times 4. Hilangkan the fraction lah. So if I take this one times 4, this fraction will hilang. But everything also have to times 4. 0 times 4 is 0. 3 over 4x times 4 is 3x. Because the 4 can cut. 4 times 4 is 16. Yeah. So now you can find your x easily is negative 16 over 3. Right? So the answer here for x-intercept is what? It's negative 16 over 3. It means the x-intercept of this line is negative 16 over 3. Okay, but you cannot see the x-intercept now, right? But if you panjangkan, you can see it. Like if you panjangkan the x-axis, you panjangkan this line, that's the x-intercept. And the x-intercept is negative 16 over 3. But you don't have to draw all this in exam, right? They just look at your working only. So yeah, anyways, this is the correct answer. So hope you understand. Okay, let's go to number 7. Let's read the question. There are 6 cards labeled with numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, 6 cards. So 6 cards, and they are all different, put in a box. A card is chosen at random from the box. So if I choose a card, how many possibilities? 6 possibility, right? Because I only choose one only, right? So I either get 3, 4, or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 or 9. Yeah, these are all the possibilities. So given M is the event of choosing a multiple of 3. Okay. And then E is the event of choosing even number. So we can actually write down my M and E. So if M is the event of choosing multiple of 3, so out of all these numbers, which one is multiple of 3? 3. Okay, I should write down here actually. Yeah, it's better if I write it down here. So M equals to, so multiple of 3 out of these 6 cards, which one is multiple of 3? 3, 6, 9. Yeah. Multiple of 3 means gandaan 3. Yeah, gandaan 3 means 3, 6, 9 lah. Means numbers that can divide by 3 lah. So 3, 6, 9 lah. Okay. And then for E is the event of choosing even number. Even number is nombor genap. What is nombor genap? Nombor genap is numbers that can divide by 2. So in this case, what are the option yang boleh bahagi 2, 4, 6, 8? I think that's all right. 4, 6, 8. Yeah, these are all multiples of 2. Okay. Okay, now we can do A. So A says what? On the answer space, okay, I think it's this one. Draw a Venn diagram to represent the relationship between events M and E. Hence, state whether M and E are mutually exclusive events or non-mutually exclusive events. Okay, first thing first is they want to draw first, right? But I want to explain a bit for this one, mutually exclusive, non-mutually exclusive. If mutually exclusive, it means these two set, M and E, they don't have any same element. Then we call it mutually exclusive. It means when you draw it out, this is how the Venn diagram looks like. They are separate. But if it's like this, where the middle got intersection, then it's non-mutually exclusive. Right? Non-mutually exclusive. Okay? It means when the two set have some same element. Same element means unsur yang sepunya. Okay, means ada satu elemen yang dua-dua set ada. Then we say it's non-mutually exclusive. Okay, but anyways, I think the first part is to draw first, right? So let's draw first. So can you tell me how should I draw it? Should I draw it like this? Or should I draw it, okay, should I draw it like this? Or should I draw it like this? Or should I draw it like this? There's only 3 possibilities. Okay, so it's one of these. So tell me now which one. If you look at your M and E, ada tak elemen yang sama? Element that yang both both M and E have this element, ada kan, which is 6. It means I have to draw it like this. I have to make sure these two circle got intersection in the middle, right? So that I can put the 6 in the middle. Okay. Let's just draw you nicely. Okay, let's use this. Like this. Okay, good enough. So this is how I will draw it. But of course, don't use pen, use pencil. During exam, when you draw, must use pencil, okay? So this is my set M, set E. Let me explain why you cannot draw like this. Because this one, you only draw like this when these two set don't have any same element. They don't have any element yang sama, then only we do it like this. Okay, set 2 is when you have some same elements, then you draw it like this, number 2. Then what about number 3? Number 3, you only draw it when all the elements inside set M is in set E, ataupun all the elements inside set E is in set M, then only you will draw it like this, right? But this one, I don't think so lah, because dekat M, not all M punya element ada dalam E and not all element E ada dalam M. So yeah, we cannot draw like this. So definitely we have to draw like this. So we know the answer already is definitely non-mutually exclusive, right? So now we can start to label. Okay, first thing first is I'll write the 6. 6 is definitely in the middle, but don't forget to put a dot. Because if you don't put dot, then it means number of element. Then it's salah already. Okay, it's not number, this is element, right? So you have to how to say, put a dot. Okay, but there's something weird about this because in the schema, they never they never label all these things. Yeah, they just leave it empty. So I'm not sure whether I should label or not. Draw a Venn diagram to represent the relationship between M and E. But if you ask me, I will label it. Yeah. If you ask me, I'll label it. Okay. Takkanlah dia potong markah because you do something extra, right? I don't think they will cut your mark I don't think they will, how to say, bagi you salah just because you did something extra. So to be honest, if I'm the one that's how to say, doing this paper in the exam, I will do it. I'll just label it with numbers, yeah, just to be safe. So let's label it lah. So M is 3 and 9, but the 3 and 9 I'll write here. Okay, and the 9 no need to write already. It's right, if written in the middle only. So 3, 6, 9, and inside E there should be 4, 6, 8. So 4, I'll write here. 6 to the other, it means 8 is here. Then what about outside? Okay, the universal set is 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So siapa yang tak ada? 3, 4, 5 yang tak ada. So 5 should be the one in the middle, and then 6, 8, 9 sudah ada. So yeah, this is how I will do it. And then they say what? After you draw the Venn diagram, hence state whether M and E are mutually exclusive or non-mutually exclusive. So they never ask you to give a reason. They just say state whether it's mutually exclusive or non-mutually exclusive. And I already explained to you, it's non-mutually exclusive. Okay, why is non-mutually exclusive? So let me write it first. Non-mutually exclusive events. Actually, I should write events M and E. Yeah, events M and E are non-mutually exclusive events. Like this is good. Events M and E are non-mutually exclusive events. Yeah. So I already mentioned why, right? Just now, because I said already, if the two, how to say, the two set don't have any same elements, it means the Venn diagram look like this separate, then only it's mutually exclusive. Okay, but if they got intersection like this, then it's non-mutually exclusive. Okay. Okay, I think good enough. Okay, let me also explain to you what mutually exclusive, the definition means lah. Mutually exclusive events means these two events cannot happen at the same time. So cannot happen at the same time. Happen at same time. Okay, these two events cannot happen at the same time. Right? Non-mutually exclusive means it can happen at the same time. Right? Can happen at the same time. And for this question, these two events can happen at the same time because M is the event of choosing multiple of 3. E is the member of choosing even number. So can these both happen at the same time? Yes, because there is a number that is multiple of 3 and even number, which is 6. Yeah, 6. That's why 6 is the intersection. That's why these two events memang boleh happen at the same time. That's why the answer is like that lah. Okay, so I hope my explanation help you understand what is mutually exclusive and non-mutually exclusive. Yeah. Okay, now done already. Now let's do B. Calculate probability of choosing an event M or event E. Okay, you need to know what is or. Or means union, right? If they want to find event M or E, it means they want you to do M union E. Okay, remember if they say N is, it means they want to find the intersection, right? But if they say or, means they want to find union. So please, so they say M or E, right? Means M union E, means I'm finding this. M union E. And you know what is union, right? And union means you ambil semua lah. M and E, you ambil semua. Okay. So this is your set M, 3, 6, 9. This one is set E, 4, 6, 8. You ambil semua. So it will be 3, 4, 6, 8, 9. Okay, the 6 ada dua kali, right? Tapi you tulis sekali sajalah. Tulis sekali saja. Takkan nak tulis dua kali. The 6 you tulis sekali saja. Right? But they want the probability. So what I have to write? So instead of writing M union E, I write probability of M or E. And I already said all means union. So M union E just now got how many numbers? Because, okay, the formula for probability is you take the number and divide by total, right? And in this case, your A is, this A, for this case is M or E. So got how many? The number is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. So 5 out of how many? 5 out of the total is 5 over. Total is how many just now? 6, right? In total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So the answer is 5 over 6. Okay, that's the answer. Okay. All right. Let me explain using another method. You can also use this formula. Probability of A union B equals to probability of A plus probability of B minus probability of A intersect B, right? So you can do it like this also. It means you take the probability of, okay, for example, for this is M, right? So probability of M union N. It means what you do, you find the probability of M first. So you are getting this probability. And then plus with probability of N, which is this one. Not N, E. Sorry. This one is E, right? This one also, I see it's E. And then why you have to minus? Because can you see the middle one, you already ambil dua kali. That's why you have to minus one time the probability of M intersect N. Intersect, yeah, this one. And if you do like this, you'll get 5 over 6 also. Yeah. Because the probability of M is 3 over 6. Right? Because probability of M got 3 numbers, so 3 out of 6. Plus with probability of E is 3 over 6 also. But why you have to minus this one is because you sudah tolak, and the M intersect N is just one element there, so 1 over 6. And if you do like this, you can also get 5 over 6. Right? So this is another method to do it. Okay. So I look at the schema, I know the schema do it like this, right? But to be honest, I prefer like this. Yeah. Okay, but they both will give you the same answer. Okay. So hope you understand. And of course, during exam, don't shade. How to say? Don't shade until your diagram look like this lah. Ayo, I terpadam already. So okay, but it's okay lah. If you want to tengok balik the working, you can rewind the video yourself and tengok balik, right? So you can, if you okay, I'm not gonna write it down again. If you want the working, then you just rewind back and then pause the video and then just, if you want to salin from there, you can salin from there. Okay, but I'm done with the explanation lah. So hope you understand. Okay. Okay, number 8. This is logical reasoning. Write premise 2 to complete the following argument. Let's read the question. Premise 1. If x is divisible by 4, then x is divisible by 2. Premise 2 tak bagi. Conclusion says 16 is not divisible by 4. If you use logic also, you know what's the answer, right? So if x is divisible by 4, then x is divisible by 2. So this one I can underline. This one I can underline. This one I'll write P. This one they write Q. The premise 2 never say anything, but the conclusion says 16 is not divisible by 4. It means this one is trying to mention P here. Okay, so it means definitely here I have to mention Q lah. But when you mention Q, you cannot write X is divisible by 2 because they changed the X to 16. So I also have to change my X to 16 lah. And instead of writing is divisible by 2, I have to write is not. Yeah, it's not divisible by 2. That's the answer. This is the answer, right? And if you read one more time, memang ada make sense. Let's read again. If x is divisible by 4, then x is divisible by 2. Premise 2, 16 is not divisible by 2. So conclusion, 16 is not divisible by 4. So yeah, it's like just use logic. Okay. Okay, Tupper, let me explain using another method. Because I know later B also they will ask you to determine valid sound, right? So I have to explain all the premise for you anyway. So why not I just do it now? Okay, so I'm gonna explain to you everything you need to know in this deductive argument. So this kind of argument, we call it deductive argument, right? Deductive argument, there is three format you need to hafal, right? So we have the first format you have to know, which is the premise 1, they will give you all A are B. So this is the format, okay? Premise 1, they give you all A are B. Premise 2, they will give you C is A. Okay, and then the conclusion will be C is B. This is the first format that you need to hafal. Second format is in the premise 1, they will give you if something then something. Okay, if P then Q, like this. Right? This is what we call an implication. When you see the word if then, it means this is implication, right? And then the premise 2 will be P is true. P is true. And then for conclusion, it will be Q is true. Okay. And then finally, the third format, third format yang you can hafal, premise 1, they will give you if P then Q also, It's exactly the same, right? It's the same with the number 2 one, right? But the premise 2 starts to change already. I have to write Q is not true. Q is not true. And then conclusion, P is also not true. Okay. So there's only 3 format that you need to remember. And why? Why we have to remember these 3 format? Because we have sometimes they will ask us to determine whether it's valid or not, right? And if they ask you to determine valid or not, okay, in Bahasa Melayu is sah, valid is sah. So if they want to tentukan whether it's sah ataupun valid or not, we need to make sure we need to, how to say, memorize these 3 format lah. If this argument got follow one of these format, then it's valid lah. If it doesn't follow the format, it means it's not valid. So I'm gonna write it here. If you want to know the argument valid or not, okay, it's either valid or not valid, right? So valid or not valid, or you can also write invalid. Yeah, can also. But you will look at the format. Okay, so I'm just gonna say here, I'll just put right format and then question mark. What does it mean by you look at the format? You look at whether this premise got follow any one of these format or not, right? If got, then it's valid lah. Right? If other means not valid, right? Then what about the sound, not sound? Okay, sound in Bahasa Melayu is munasabah, right? So let's say it's valid. Let's say the question is valid. The argument is valid. Then you want to know whether it's sound or not sound, right? So if you want to know sound or not sound, you will look at the premise and conclusion. If they are all true, then it's sound. Okay, if true. Okay, but if it's false, it means like let's say one of the premise or maybe the conclusion is false, then yeah, then it's not sound. Okay, so I repeat one more time. If you want to know valid or not valid, you look at the format, whether they got follow these 3 format or not. It just have to follow one of these format. Okay, so for example, if I said all A, this one is RB. I see that already, not NB. Okay, let's say I give you example. Let's say I say all A are B, but then here I do C is B and then C is A. Then not valid not valid because I already told you the format has to follow like this. C is A, baru C is B. Dia tak boleh C is B dulu. If they write C is B, then I have to write not valid already. And if it's not valid, it's automatic not sound. Okay, it means dia tak boleh jadi not valid sound. Faham maksud saya? I repeat one more time. Look at, if you want to know valid or not valid, look at the format. If they are either follow one of these 3 formats, then it's valid. If it doesn't follow, not valid. And if it's valid, now you check the premise and conclusion. If they are all true, then it's sound. But if, like, let's say one of it is false, then it's not sound already, definitely. Okay. Then what if when you check the format, dia tak follow the format? Okay, if dia tak follow format, you will straight away write not sound. Okay, even if it's all true, also you write not sound. Okay. Dia tak boleh jadi not valid and sound. It's not possible. Okay. I know in your textbook, I forgot which page lah, but in your textbook, the textbook got show you one example yang not valid sound, right? Ada. I remember in the textbook ada satu example macam ni yang dia tulis not valid sound, but your textbook salah tau. Yeah, the textbook is wrong because it's not possible for the argument to be not valid sound. So don't follow the textbook. Okay, don't follow the textbook. All right. Remember, if it's not valid, it's automatic not sound. Okay. So yeah. Hope you understand. So I'm just going to erase this now and continue with my working here. So now they're asking, is the following argument in 8A valid and sound? If it's not, justify your answer. So I will look at my argument now and write whether it's valid or not valid. So we don't determine sound or not sound first. We determine valid, not valid first, right? So valid is we have to look at the format. So let's see. They says if x is divisible by 4, then x is divisible by 2. So this is your P. So definitely it cannot be, how to say? It cannot be the format number 1. It's either format 2 or number 3, right? Because only format 2, format 2 and format 3 are the if then macam tu. So far it's like it's good enough. And then for premise 2, I write it myself just now. I write 16 is not divisible by 2. It means I write 16 is not divisible by 2. Right? It means I'm writing Q. I'm not writing P, I'm writing Q. So definitely it's not how to say, it doesn't follow the format 2, it follows the format 3 because in format 2, the premise 2 has to write P is true. But this one I write Q. Yeah. And I also got put the word not. So definitely this one is I got follow the third format lah for premise 2, which is I have to write Q is not true, right? So yeah, I place Q, X is divided by 2. It's just that I changed the X to 16 and I got put the word not, right? But let's say I never put the word not. Let's say I just write 16 is divisible by 2. Then it's not valid already, automatic. Okay? Because if I write 16 is divisible by 2, then it doesn't follow format 1, format 2, format 3 already. Then it's wrong already. Okay? If you don't want to put the word not, you have to make sure you mention in front first. You have to mention P is true. If you don't want to put the word not, it means you have to write 16 is divisible by 4. If you don't want to put the word not. If you want to put the word not, you have to mention yang belakang punya dulu. Look at the format, right? For format 3, you have to mention belakang dulu. But for format 2, you mention depan dulu. So, yang kalau ada not, you have to mention belakang dulu. So, this one is like they got put the word not. So, yeah, right? So, it's actually follow the format 3. And then for conclusion, they write 16 is not divisible by 4, which is the same as this one. P is not true. Okay? So, it means this whole argument follows the format number 3. Okay? Let's check one more time. If P then Q, yeah, they are the follow. Q is not true. Yes, they got follow, right? Because they say they mentioned Q first, okay? And then they got mentioned not true. Okay, not divisible by 2 means they are not true. And then P is also not true, which is also correct. They got mentioned properly. 16 is not divisible by 4. So this is valid. So for B, I'll straight away write valid. Okay. And after you know it's valid, you still have to determine whether it's sound or not sound, right? So valid and then comma, sound or not sound. Okay, let's go back to our notes. If it's valid, how to know whether it's sound or not sound? You look at all the premise and the conclusion. If all the premise and all the conclusion true, then it's what is it? Then it's sound lah. If all the premise and conclusion true. But if one of these is false, then it's not sound. Okay. So let's check one more time whether it's true or false. If X is divisible by 4, then X is divisible by 2. Is this true or false? If a number is divisible, okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you know premise 2 is false, right? Because if you want to know sound or not sound, one of these false, then the whole thing not sound already. You faham maksud saya, right? Dia kena semua, all the premise, semua premise and including the conclusion have to all true, then only sound. And if you look at premise 2, you know it's false already because premise 2 says 16 is not divisible by 2, which is false. 16 can divide by 2, right? But they say 16 is not divisible. So yeah, it's false. And if you look at the conclusion also, the conclusion is false. Because the conclusion says 16 cannot divide 4. Hey, 16 can divide 4. 4 times 4 is 16. So yeah, this is definitely valid, not sound. Right? So they said, is the following argument valid and sound? If it is not, justify your answer. So just to be safe, I will give you, because they said if it's not, then only you give a reason, right? But I will give a reason for why it's valid also, right? It means I'll write valid because, and then I'll write the reason, and then for the not sound also, I'll write the reason, okay? So I will tell you why it's valid, because why it's valid, because this argument comply. You can use the word comply, or you want to write follow also can. Okay, comply ataupun follow one of the valid deductive argument form. Yeah, I think this is good enough. Okay, let me explain what I just wrote here. The reason why it's valid is because the other follow the format, right? But we have to write in sentence, so I'll write like this: because this argument comply means got follow. Okay, so this argument comply or follow one of the valid deductive argument form. So yeah, okay, because there's three format, right? Okay, so since this argument got follow the format 3, so I said yeah, it's valid because it complies with one of the valid deductive argument form. Okay, and there's 3 form in total. Okay, all right. Now I will give a reason for why it's not sound. So not sound, why not sound? Yeah, the reason is because false, right? Because the how to say, the conclusion is false. Okay, so we can just write not all not sound because okay, you can write because not all premise and conclusion is true, or you can also write because the conclusion is false, can also. Okay, because conclusion is false. Or you can also say because one of the premise is false. Can also. Okay. So not sound because conclusion is false. Ataupun because premise 2 is false. Can also. Sama saja. Okay, let me look at the schema, how they write it. So the schema, they write premise 2 is false because conclusion is false. Or you can also say premise 2 and both conclusion is false. So yeah, can also lah. So yeah, because one of these is false, then the whole thing is not sound already. Yeah. So you don't have to write because premise 2 and conclusion. It doesn't have to be two statement yang salah baru not sound. Satu false, then the whole thing not sound already. So you can just write because conclusion is false. Okay. But in the schema, they actually say you can also write because premise 2 and conclusion is false. So yeah, can also. So hope you understand my explanation. Okay, there is one more for inductive. For inductive argument, they will ask you different one. They will not ask you valid or not valid sound. They will ask you strong or weak, cogent or not cogent. But I'm not gonna explain that now. If you want the explanation for this, you go to my Selangor paper video. Okay. Wait, what's my last video? MRSM, I think. I forgot is the MRSM paper 2 or Selangor paper 2 because they got asked about the how to say strong or weak, cogent or not cogent. That one is for inductive lah. This one is for deductive, right? So if you want the explanation for that, I think it's Langor, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, it's Langor paper 2. Okay. All right. So yeah, if you want, you can watch it now. Okay. I think I will leave a link somewhere in the video so you can click on it. Okay. So yeah, you can refer here if you want the explanation for the inductive one. The inductive one, they will ask you strong or weak, cogent or not cogent. Okay. That one is like landscape punya lah. Alright. But for now, I don't want to drag the video. I'll just how to say move on. Okay. All right. Let's continue with number 9. So what is this? This is which topic? Soalan. This question is under topic the circle topic, and this question I usually call it the 2 pi r square question, right? Because you need to use one of this formula to solve this question. Yeah. So because they will ask you to find arc or sector later. So let's read the question. Diagram 5 shows two sectors of circle, OPQR, PQSO with center O and P respectively. Okay, let's find it. Where is the first sector? OPQR is a sector. Do you know what is sector? Sector is a shape that consists of 3 lines, which is radius, radius, and arc. This line we call it arc, right? And this line is a part of the circle. This arc is the part of the circle. Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyways, let's find the first sector, OPQR. Where is it? Let's highlight it. So OPQR. So I think it's talking about this one. So if this is the sector, it means two of the line will be radius. So I can already see it's OP and OR. So this is 7. And guess what? The OQ will be 7 also. Because from here to here also radius, right? Okay, because radius means from center to the side. And then there's another sector, PQSO. Okay, I can see it now. PQSO. Yeah, this is also a sector. So this line and this line sama panjang lah, because they're both radius. It means this is 7 also. And if you look at carefully at this triangle, this is an equilateral triangle. Because all 3 sides sama panjang. And if all 3 sides sama panjang, the angle here also will be exactly the same. So how much is the angle? Okay, in a triangle, all the angle add together must be 180. So you can take 180 divide 3. Okay, 180 divide 3, you'll get 60. It means all this angle will be 60 degrees, 60 degrees, 60 degrees. But you can only do this when all 3 sides sama panjang. If tak sama panjang, then it's not 60. Okay. Okay, lepas tu dia kata QRO is a quadrant of circle. Okay, what is quadrant? Quadrant means 90 degree. Okay, so where is QRO? QRO is, okay. QRO, it means O is the center. O is the center, it means here is 90 degree. Okay, so yeah, makes sense, right? It looks like 90 degree also. Okay, now we can, after labeling all this, now we can do A already. So they said use pi 2207, calculate A, length of arc in cm of sector PQR. So definitely we'll use the 2 by r formula. Yeah, the 2 by r formula is to find the arc. Okay, the arc. And then the pi r square formula is to find area. Okay, so now I'm using, they ask us to find length of arc PQR, which is from here to here. This is what they're asking you to find, right? So I'm definitely using the 2 pi r formula. So I'll just write arc PQR, right? So the formula is 2 times with pi, which is 2207, times with the radius. So since the arc PQR is this arc PQR is the arc of this big sector, right? This sector. So now it means that we can masuk the radius. The radius is 7, right? Because if we look at this sector, the radius is 7. Yeah. Okay. So 7. And but you have to times with the angle divide 360. Yeah. Because this is not the whole circle, right? If it's whole circle, then only you can just do 2 pi r. Okay, but if they just want sebahagian saja, then you have to times with the angle divided by 360. And the angle is actually 90 plus 60, which is 150. Okay, so yeah, this is the formula. It means this 2 pi r, you will use it to find the whole circle punya arc. Okay, when it's whole circle, we don't call it arc actually, we call it circumference. Okay, circumference. But if you only want a part of the circle, like for example here to here saja, then you have to take 2 pi r, which is the same formula, times with theta over 360. Okay, if you don't want the whole circle, and the angle, you have to refer the center lah. And for this case, the angle is from here to here. Oops, what happened? Okay, okay. So the angle is from here to here, 60 plus 90 lah. That's why it's 150. Now it's time to press calculator. I think this one can cut, right? So left with 44 times 150 divided 360. Okay, my calculator give me 55 over 3, which is 18.33. But the answer is like 33333, like banyak decimal, right? So in this case, I will just go with the fraction punya jawapan lah, 55 over 3. Okay, because the answer in decimal is like banyak, it's like 33333. So it's better to write in fraction for jawapan yang like banyak decimal places. Okay. All right. For B, they said area of shaded region, which is this one and this one. Okay. Actually, you cannot find the area of shaded region directly. It has to be because this shaded region. Look at the shape. Like, what is this? Like, how can you find the shape of the? Like, you never even learn the formula to find shape like this, right? So the only way is to take the area of big sector. It means you find the whole area first, and then minus with this small sector. That's the only way. Okay. So first thing first is I'll write area of sector PQR. Okay, sector PQR. Okay, it means the whole thing lah, PQR, because this whole thing is a sector, right? Minus with area of sector. Okay, which one you want to minus? The one yang not shaded lah, which is this one. And this one is also a sector, by the way. And they got mentioned in the soalan just now. So this sector is called PQSO, right? So PQSO. Actually, this one is PQOPQR, yeah. Okay. So area of sector OPQR minus with area of sector PQSO. Okay. And which formula you will use? Don't use the 2 pi r. This time you don't use the 2 pi r, you use the pi r square. Okay. But I want to mention the pi r square formula is to find area of whole circle. Whole circle, then only you use pi r square. But what if you only want the area of sector? Sector means like this sector. This shape is a sector. So if you only want the sector, you will use the same formula, pi r square, but you have to times with the angle over 360. And the angle, you can find it from the center here, right? This angle, right? So now, are you finding for the whole circle? No, right? So definitely you have to times with the angle divide 360. So let's find the sector for OPQR first. So let's write down the formula, pi r square, right? You remember? Pi r square times angle over 360. So pi is 22 over 7 times with r, which is the radius. So 22 over 7 times with r, which is the radius. The radius of the big sector is 7 square times with the angle, which is 150 over 360. So by doing this, you are finding the area of sector OPQR, right? But you have to minus with what? Minus with this PQSO. And you will use the same formula, pi r square. But this time your radius is what? Oh, it's 7 also, yeah. Okay. Coincidentally, it's 7 also. So so it's 7 square also. But the angle is definitely different this time. Yeah, 60, right? You know how to calculate the radius, right? Because if the center is here, it means the radius is 7 lah. And then the angle is also, you can look from the center, is 60 or 360. So now you just press calculator and then you get the answer, right? Okay, this one can cut. I just press 22 times 7 times 150 divided 360. Okay, 38506. I don't want to write in decimal because there's like many decimal places, right? And then the next part is 22 times 7 times 60 divided 360. Okay, 77 over 3. Okay, and then now I just tekan this one minus this one lah. So let's use calculator. Okay, my calculator give me 77/2. But if you change to decimal, it's actually like a nice answer. I mean, it's like dia tak ada banyak-banyak decimal place lah. So I will just prefer write in decimal. In this case, 38.5 cm square, right? If students want to write in fraction, can also. 77/2. Yeah, can also. This one is the same thing. Okay. So yeah, I think I finished already. That's the answer. How many marks? 2 marks, 3 marks. So the total 5 marks. Okay, so that's yeah. Okay, let's continue number 10. What question is this? Matrix method. Okay, so this is a matrix question. I think it's a simultaneous linear equation, but you have to use matrix method. Okay, so this is under which topic? The simultaneous linear equation. It's linear equation, but you have to solve it using matrix method. Okay, let's read. In November 2022, a ferry company recorded that the number of cars X and the number of lorries is Y using the ferry service was 5550. Okay, the following month, okay, I finish reading the whole thing first, then only I start to do it. For the following month, the number of cars double. It means become 2x already. Originally, the number of cars is x, right? The double become 2x already. While the number of lorry was 1/3. 1/3 means 1/3 of the previous month, means it will become 1/3y. Where should I write? I'll just write here 1/3y. In that month, the number of cars was more than the number of lorries by 8650. Right? It means that the number of cars lebih banyak. Okay, lebih banyak. Banyak, and the difference berapa? Beza dia berapa? Dia lebih banyak tapi beza dia berapa? Beza dia 8650. That's what it means. Right? And then it says using matrix method, calculate number of cars and lorries for number of 2022. So first of all, we already know X, what X and Y represents. X stands for number of cars. Okay, X represents number of cars. Y represents number of lorries. So if the total, how to say, the ferry recorded the, that means the total, how to say, total vehicle in the ferry is 5550, means X plus Y equals 5550 lah. But for the following month, the cars double. So now the amount becomes 2x already. And then the amount also becomes 1/3y. But you cannot plus them together. You cannot plus them together. You have to minus, and then baru equal 8650. Okay, if I know some student can understand, but some student maybe don't understand. So I'll explain it. Because for the following month, the number of cars double, right? So it becomes 2x. And then this one is 1/3y, you can understand. But then this says the number of cars was more than the number of lorries. Means the number of car lebih banyak. So the 2x lebih banyak. But then they say the difference, the beza between them is 8650. Means if you take besar tolak kecil, 2x minus 1/3y is 8650 lah. Because the number of cars is more than the number of lorry by 8650. It means you can, if you find the difference, you will get 8650. Okay, when you find the difference means minus. Okay, so I hope you understand what I'm explaining. Now we can proceed with our matrix method to find the x and y. So how to do this? Okay, first of all, there's fraction, and I don't like fraction. Okay, I don't like fraction. So what I can do is I can hilangkan fraction first. Before I use the matrix method, I hilangkan fraction. How to hilangkan fraction? I take everything times 3. Tapi sebenarnya you don't want to times 3, you want to straight away do, can also. Ya, boleh juga. Tak ada masalah. Okay, but anyways, I will times 3 first. Yang atas punya, just leave it. Yeah, just write saja x plus y equals 5550. And then this one, everything times 3, because I want to get rid of the fraction. So 2x times 3, 6x. Negative 1/3 times 3, negative y, 8650 times 3. Let's see, 25950. So yeah, that's what I will write here, 25950. Okay, let me ask you, what is the other method? If I don't want to use matrix method, what's the other method? The other method is called the substitution method or the elimination method, which is penggantian punya cara or penghapusan cara. If you want to do penghapusan cara, what you will do is you will make sure the x punya perkali sama or y punya perkali sama. For example, this one sudah sama, you will plus because the tanda tak sama, so that you can hapuskan. But for this question, you can't do it like this because they already said matrix method. So yeah, we have to use matrix. So how to use matrix method? We have to put in the first bracket, we have to write down like this. The first bracket will look like this. And what we write inside is all the numbers. Okay, the numbers mean all the coefficient lah. All the coefficient. So what is the numbers in front of x here? 1. Number in front of y here is 1. And then here will be 6. Here will be -1. Right? And then the next bracket, you will write dua benda dekat sini. Okay. First one, you will look at the unknown. The unknown in front, you will write atas. So x atas. And then the unknown at the back here, you will write bawah. Okay. And then for the last bracket, you will write the numbers here, which is 5550, 25950. And for those students that don't want to times 3, you want to straight away ambil dari sini and then masuk, can also. Okay, you will get the same answer. Okay. All right. So after I reach here, now I can use the matrix method to solve. Okay, first thing first is you will move this matrix over there. So when you move it over there, what will happen to the number inside? Nothing will change. The number inside will stay the same, right? You don't tell me something like, oh, sir, the 1 become -1, the 6 become, no, such thing, right? The number will stay exactly the same, okay? Because when you move there, you have to do inverse, all right? So the numbers will stay the same, but you have to write a -1 here. The -1 here means inverse matrix, okay? Matrix songsang. So what you do now, do the inverse lah. So do you remember how to do inverse? There's a formula, right? The formula is 1 over, and then you take this number times with this number. Okay. Always start from atas punya number. So the atas punya number and then darab silang like this. So 1 times -1, and then minus, and then this one times this one, 6 times 1, right? And then you open the bracket, and since just now you take 1 times -1 first, that one you have to terbalik. You have to terbalik, means tukar tempat. So the 1 and -1, it will switch place, become -1, 1. And then the 6 and 1, you will not terbalik, but you will tukar tanda. So 1 becomes -1, 6 becomes -6. Okay? Yeah. And then this is 5550, and then this is 25950. Oh, for those who don't understand what I'm doing here, I'm just using the inverse formula, right? If you are weak at the formula, then you need to hafal the formula. Just do a lot of practice. Yeah, just go and memorize the formula. Okay, so this I'm just using the formula. All right, so now I continue with here. Xy equals to 1 times -1 is -1 minus 6 -7, and there's other nama untuk nilai ni. We call this the determinant. Okay, we call this the determinant, and the determinant cannot equal 0. If your determinant equals 0, then the inverse does not exist. Okay, it means tak ada jawapan if your determinant is 0. So for this one, the determinant is -7 lah. And then what I'll do with these two matrices is I will multiply them together. And when I multiply together, I will end up with one matrix, one bracket with one number atas, one number bawah. Because this is a 2-row, 2-column matrix, this is a 2-row, 1-column matrix. When you cut the 2, you will left with 2 times 1. That is why it's 2-row, 1-column for your answer. Okay, and how you times is you have to times horizontal times vertical. Okay, dia tak boleh macam ni, macam tak boleh. Dia mesti horizontal times vertical. Okay, and then when you times, dia mesti -1 times 5550, which is -550. I'll just do it fast lah. And then -1, dia mesti times with 259, which is -25950. Right? It means dia mesti, kalau saya bagi A, B, and then sini saya bagi C, D, dia mesti A multiply C, B darab D. Ini cara untuk darab. Okay, cara betul untuk darab. Okay. Okay, now we will repeat the same process, but this time using the second row, which is -61, but still with the first column. So -6 times 5550, it will be negative, press calculator, 6 times 5550. So it's 33300. 33300. And then after you take -6 times 5550, you will take 1 times 25950, which is 25950. And if there's nothing in between, means just put a plus there. Okay, let's continue here. Xy equals to 1 over -7. And now you still have to press inside here, right? So let's press this one. -5550 minus 25950. Okay, my calculator give me -315,000. Right? Not 1,000. Just 2 zeros only. Okay, so like that. And then yang bawah ini, you tekan also lah. -33300 plus 2. Okay, let me press. Okay, my calculator give me -7350. So now for my last step, what you have to do, you have to take both these numbers times with 1 over -7. Okay, times with 1 over -7. Tapi when you times with 1 over -7, it means what? It means you divide -7 lah. But darab 1 over -7 means divide -7. It means you are taking these two numbers, divide -7. So what is 31500 divide 7? You will get 4,500. Okay, the negative no need to tekan one, because the negative behind bagi negative is positive. So the negative, just leave it. The negative will hilang. The negative will disappear. So now it will be 7350 divide 7. The negative also no need to press. Okay, because the negative will hilang. Right? So that's the answer. Okay. And now I can refer up and see what I want. Calculate number of cars and lorries, right? So I recommend writing number of cars, is 4,500, and then number of lorries is 1050. So it's very important to write like this. If you stop here, your working stop here, you will lose marks. Okay, you always have to write like this. Okay, because the X represents number of lorry. Sorry, X is number of cars, Y is number of lorry. So it means X is 4,500, so cars is 4,500, and then number of lorries is 1050, right? And you don't have to write any unit because this one is number, bilangan. So tak ada unit lah, so ini jawapan je, right? So yep, so that's yep. This is how you do it. This is how you get the 5 marks. Okay. Okay, now we are in bahagian B. So bahagian B, they said jawab semua soalan. So number 11, let's go. Let's read the question. Encik Azizi and his wife choose joint tax assessment. What is joint tax assessment? Means when a married couple choose to bayar cukai, choose to combine their income together. They want to combine all their tax relief, tax exemption, all they want to combine together. It means one married couple, but it's like bersama punya. Taksiran cukai bersama, right? So let's see what it says. Their chargeable income is 129300. Chargeable income. So this one important, right? Because it's a chargeable income. They have each paid zakat of 1,200. Okay, this is the type of rebate. Okay, to the zakat collection center in that year. Table 3.1 shows the tax relief to be claimed by Encik Azizi and his wife. So these are all tax relief. Okay. Now this says A, if the ratio of annual income for Encik Azizi with his wife is 3:2, calculate Encik Azizi's annual income. Okay, let me just read B also. Okay, B, okay. I just want to see the whole question first. All right, I know what this question wants. They want us to calculate income tax. So let's go. I talk about the formula to calculate income tax. First step is to calculate your chargeable income, which is your pendapatan bercukai. Okay, pendapatan bercukai. In bracket is the bahasa Melayu, pendapatan bercukai. PB. Okay, pendapatan bercukai. The formula is to take the total annual income. Total annual income for 1 year, minus with tax exemption, minus with tax relief. Right? Example for tax exemption, donation, right? Or allowance, those kind of stuff lah. Tax relief ada banyak. Yeah, I will not mention it. Yeah. Okay, later when you look at the question, you will know what is tax relief. Okay, ada banyak. Second step is you look at the jadual. The jadual ataupun you can say the table lah. And when you look at the jadual, you can you need to baca the jadual and you have to look for the base tax and the balance. In bahasa Melayu is the cukai dasar and the cukai baki. Right? The base tax and the balance. Cukai dasar, cukai baki. And you have to learn how to baca the jadual lah. And the jadual, the exam will always give it to you, right? Tak apa, nanti saya akan ajar macam mana nak baca, right? So when you baca the jadual, you get these two. And now what you do is you take your, now you can calculate your income tax. Yeah, now you can calculate your income tax. Income tax. And the formula is take your cukai dasar, which is the base tax, tambah dengan cukai baki, which is the balance. But you have to minus with this one, minus with rebate. Okay. And rebate, you kena hafal ada dua jenis rebate. The first type of rebate is when your chargeable income is less than or equal 35,000, you will minus 400 here. But only if your chargeable income is less than, only if your chargeable income does not exceed 35,000, then only you can minus 400 here. And another type of rebate is zakat. And this zakat amount, if got zakat, the question will tell you one, right? It means for this zakat, you don't have to worry because the soalan will tell you. But this one, the soalan won't tell you. For the rebate for this one, the soalan, you have to memorize it. Okay. They will not remind you for this, right? And then there is actually one more step. When I teach my student, I always say there's actually one more hidden step, which is called the PCB. But this PCB, hanya certain questions ada saja yang PCB. Not all questions got PCB. Okay, PCB stands for potongan cukai bulanan. It's like another type of discount lah, but it's a bit different. It's a bit different with the rebate. This PCB is like another type of discount, but it's a little bit different with the rebate. But it's okay. I will explain later if they got asked. But most of the question I did in trial, they only ask sampai sini saja, step number 3 saja. Okay, but this question they actually got asked PCB, right? So, okay, tak apa, nanti saya akan explain slowly what is PCB. Okay, sekarang kita buat A dulu. Okay, so A, what they want to find? Calculate Encik Aziz's annual income. So, it means they want to calculate this one, this one, annual income. Okay. So we will definitely use this formula. Chargeable income equals total income minus tax exemption times tax rate. So so if I want to find this one, it means I need to have this one, and this one. Yeah. So do I have the chargeable income for this guy? Yes, because they got mentioned in the soalan. It's 129,300. Okay. So wait. Ratio of annual income. Okay, what is this? Ratio for let's see. Uh, the chargeable income is 129,300. So this chargeable income come from where? This 129,300 actually comes from, because this one is joint tax assessment, right? So this chargeable income actually equals to the total annual income minus with tax exemption minus with tax relief, right? But is this chargeable income is for the Encik Azizi or the wife? So they says here their chargeable income, it means, does that mean that this one is like both tambah together? So I think this 129,300 is both Azizi and wife punya chargeable income combined together. So I don't think I can find the Encik Azizi's annual income easily, because uh they have different income, the Azizi and wife. Okay, that's why they got give ratio here. So I think the first thing first is to calculate dua-dua orang ni punya annual income dulu. Okay, because I don't have dua-dua orang ni punya income. Okay, so first thing first is you take the chargeable income, but this one is chargeable income yang combined punya, yang Azizi and wife combined punya chargeable income. But we all know how you get here, right? Is you take the total annual income, and we don't have that. Okay, but this one is for both. I'll just write both lah. Total annual income for both combined minus with all the tax exemption and all the tax relief. Okay, and you have to combine both. Yeah. So what is the tax exemption? Is there any exemption here? 1,200 is not. That one is rebate. So I think the only thing here is all this one. So I have to minus with 9,000. Okay, minus with 9,000. And then minus with the next one is 2,000 and 1,000. But you will add them together, right? So you will add them become 3,000. Okay, but you have to check the limit also, because if it's over the limit, then you have to take the limit, right? So 3,000 tak belum lebih limit lagi, so minus 3,000. Okay, and then minus lagi dengan, okay, what's the jumlah here? 2,500 plus 2,800, I get 5,300. Yep. And then this one, okay, I'll just plus everything first lah. And then plus 1,800, 3,400. The reason why we have to combine these two person punya everything is because it's a joint tax assessment. Yeah, that's why. Okay, this one when you plus, you get 2,400, and then the last one is 11,000. Okay, yeah. Alright. Sampai sini we can take the total annual income minus 9,000 minus 3,000. Okay, this one I will minus 5,300 also, but make sure you check the limit, because if it's over the limit, then we cannot take extra already. We have to, how to say, we can only take the limit. So this 3,400, but if you look at the limit, it's 3,000. So can I minus 3,400? Cannot. I have to minus the limit 3,000. Okay, because we only can take paling limit dia saja, right? And then 2,400, but the limit is 2,500. So I think boleh minus 2,400. Okay. Okay, what about 11,000? Can I minus 11,000? Tak boleh, sebab sudah lebih limit. So limit dia paling banyak 8,000 saja. So I will minus 8,000. Okay. So yeah, this is all your equation now. Now you can find your total annual income. So I think first thing first, I have to write total annual income here. Okay, but this one is for both, for both. And now I will press calculator. I will press 12930 plus with all these numbers. Why plus? Why plus? It's because ini semua minus kan. Can you see all is minus, 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 minus. So when you move it over there, it becomes plus. So now I will press calculator 129,300 plus with all these numbers. So let's press 129,300 plus with 9,000 and then plus with 3,000, and then plus with 5,300, plus with 3,000, plus with 2,400, and then plus with 8,000. So I get 160,000. Yeah. So 160,000 is the total annual income for both RM. This is RM. You understand, right? Why plus? Because it needs more minus, 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 minus. So when you move there, become plus. But this one is for both. It's not the answer. They want Encik Azizi punya annual income saja. So now I already know total is 160,000. So how to find Encik Azizi? Use this ratio lah. So I'll just write Encik Azizi Azizi's income, annual income, right? So annual income is equals to, okay, they got say the ratio is 3:2, right? And this ratio is for what? Encik Azizi to his wife. So this one is Azizi, this one is wife. So the Azizi punya ratio is 3, wife punya ratio is 2. So I'll take 3/5 times with 160,000. Okay, because Azizi punya ratio is 3 portion. And total is 5 portion, 3 plus 2. So 3/5 multiply with this, right? And if you press this, you will get the answer. Okay, so let's see what I get. 96000. So it's RM 96,000. Okay, I think I did everything correctly. So this is how you do A. Okay, let's look at B. B says table 3.2 shows the individual income tax rate for assessment year of 2022. So this table, what do you think? This table is for you to find what? Let's go back to our formula. It's for us to find the cukai dasar and cukai baki, right? Yeah, because just now when I do A, I never do step 2, step 3, step 4. So I only do step 1 only, because in the A question, they only ask me to find annual income. Yeah, that's why I only use this formula. I don't have to do all this, right? But now they give us jadwal already. So we can find the cukai dasar, cukai baki later. And then it says calculate total income tax of Encik Azizi and his wife using joint tax assessment. So definitely I have to combine both pendapatan and all the tax accession tax, we all have to combine lah, right? So okay, let's do B here lah. Okay, first thing first is we need the chargeable income. Yeah, the first step is we need the chargeable income, but not for Encik Azizi. It's for both add together. So the chargeable income for both this person, do I have it? Actually, yes. They give it in the question 129300. And this one is like they already combined both together one. Because they already said their chargeable income means this 129300 is Encik Azizi and wife both punya chargeable income combined together already. So it's 129300. And then now I can use this chargeable income to look at the jadwal, right? So don't forget the step. I will let you see the formula again. So the first step is to get the chargeable income by using this formula, but we don't have to do this already because the soalan straight away give us the chargeable income. So that's why I can straight away go to step 2, tengok jadual, cari cukai dasar, cukai baki. So let's go to cukai, let's go to the jadual, I mean. And then, okay, how to baca the jadual? So the chargeable income is 129300. So definitely it's between 100,000 and 250,000, right? So yeah, it's in between this range. So I will focus on this, and this. The rest all rubbish. The rest all tak payah tengok. You just look at these three, yang tiga-tiga ni saja yang you kena tengok. Okay, so now you can dapat your cukai dasar, cukai baki. So what is your cukai dasar? Cukai dasar means the base tax, right? If you want to write in Bahasa Melayu, can also, cukai dasar. So the cukai dasar will be this value here. Okay, 1090, that's the cukai dasar. Okay, then what about the cukai baki? What about cukai baki? Cukai baki means the balance. The balance on tax, right? So the balance will be how much? Okay, this 10900 is for 100,000 yang pertama. What does it mean? What does it mean by that? It means when you pay this, you are only paying for 100,000 yang pertama. Yang berikut balance you have to times with 24%. It means you have to take 129300, right? Minus with 100,000 because yang 100,000 pertama saya sudah bayar, and then the balance times with 24%. Okay, this is what it means. So now we press calculator, see what I get. Minus 100,000 and then times 24. Okay, my calculator give me 7032. So I'm just gonna write it down. And now siap already. That's the cukai baki. But don't forget, they ask you to find income tax to be paid. So the total income tax, I will just write jumlah cukai lah, ataupun total income tax. So total income tax. So do you remember the formula I write just now in the beginning? It's take what's the formula to calculate income tax? Take the base tax plus with the 7032 and then that's all lah. Belum lagi kan, masih kena tolak dengan rebate. And there's two rebate, two type of rebate. First rebate is the 400 ringgit when your chargeable income does not exceed 35,000. But this one exceed already lah. This one is more than 35,000. This one is like 100,000 plus already. So definitely for this question, I cannot minus 400. Okay. Okay, so base tax plus base tax, I cannot minus this one lah because it's already exceed 35,000. The only possible rebate here is zakat. And is there any zakat in this question? Yes. They have each paid zakat of 1,200. What does it mean by each 1,200? It means seorang 1,200. So both person will be 2,400 lah. So the total rebate is 2,400. Why we have to combine these 2%? Because this is takseran cukai bersama. It's like you combine everything. It's like 2% jadi 1% already. Like your income combined with my income, your exemption combined with my exemption, like everything we all combine together. Okay? So the zakat for both is 2,400. Now we press calculator. Okay, when you press this in your calculator, you will get 15532, right? So this is the total income tax, right? So let's write it down, 15532. Is that what the question asked you to find? Yes, because they say total income tax, right? So yeah, that's the answer. And if you look at the my nota, yes, they only ask you to do until step number 3, so that's the answer. But there is actually one more called the PCB. But this one, only some student, some question will ask this, some question won't ask, right? And this question actually got asked because yeah, in C they got asked, right? So I'm gonna teach you how to do C now. So C says what? Each month, their salary was deducted by 200 and 230 respectively for monthly tax deduction. So it means this is the PCB for, wait, what? Each month, the 200, 230, it means, yeah, the PCB is 200 and 230 lah. And then it says, do they have to pay the balance of income tax? Explain your answer. Okay, first of all, for PCB is like another type of discount, right? Another type of discount. So what you have to do first is you have to get the total PCB first. Okay, there's two PCB, right? So the total PCB will be PCB, I'll just write PCB, it will be 200 plus 230 times with 12. Okay, because PCB stands for potongan cukai bulanan, monthly tax deduction, and this income tax is for 1 year punya. So you will always times 12 first, right? And then baru you compare the value. So 200 plus 230 times 12. Wait. Okay, my calculator give me 5160. Yeah. So this is the PCB. Okay, wait. Why the schema tak sama? Okay lah, betul lah. Yeah, betul. So now what I want to do is compare this value with the total income tax. Okay, so I'll give you the notes for PCB. Okay, where should I write the notes? Okay, I'm just gonna write it up here. Okay, so for PCB, you need to know that the first case is when your PCB is less than your tax. Okay, and then the second one is when your PCB is more than the tax, right? So if your PCB is less than tax, what does it mean? Okay, PCB stands for potongan cukai bulanan, means PCB is like a discount, like a potongan lah, like a discount, right? So what happens when your discount is less than your tax? It means you kurang bayar, right? You kurang bayar. So I'll just write here, right? I'll just write kurang bayar, insufficient. Okay, so I'll just dot 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 here, insufficient tax payment, insufficient insufficient payment. Okay. So what does it mean by insufficient? Means kurang bayar lah, kurang bayar. Because your discount is less than tax. But if your discount is more than your tax, that means you bayar lebih already. Because the discount is banyak, but the tax is sikit saja. It means like you lebih bayar already. So this one is like lebih bayar. What is lebih bayar in English? Uh, extra, maybe? Yeah, extra. Lebih, yeah, I'll just write extra bayar lah, extra bayar, or you can in bahasa Melayu is like lebihan, okay. So this one is like lebih bayar, right? So what happens then? What happens if you kurang bayar? What happens? It means you have to bayar the amount, but you have to take PCB tolak tax. I mean, you have to take tax tolak PCB first, right? It means you have to take tax minus with the PCB, then only you will get the value yang you kena bayar lagi. You faham maksud saya, right? I repeat one more time. If your discount, which is the PCB less than tax, means kurang bayar. But if kurang bayar means what? You need to bayar banyak lagi. You have to bayar lagi lah. Okay, but you have to bayar lagi berapa? You take tax minus PCB. Means you take besar tolak kecil, and then after you minus that amount, that's the amount that you kena tambah lagi. You kena bayar lagi kepada LHDN. Okay. Then what about extra bayar? What happens if extra bayar? It means the LHDN will bank in the lebih punya duit back to your bank account. But how to get the lebihan punya amount? You will take your PCB tolak dengan tax. Okay, because your PCB is bigger than tax, means your discount lebih besar. So you take the discount tolak dengan tax, then this amount that comes out, that's the lebih punya, that's the extra charge. So the extra punya charge, that's the extra yang dia LHDN has to bank in kepada your bank account. Okay, I hope you understand the concept here. I know in textbook they write different, they write tax in front PCB, right? But it's the same lah, it's the same thing. Okay, it's the same. Okay, now let's come back here. Do they have to pay the balance of income tax? Explain your answer. So for them, for this couple, their PCB total is 5160. And one more thing, when they give PCB, always have to times 12. Because potongan cukai bulanan is always monthly, you always have to times 12. Okay. So now if you look at PCB and the total tax, what do you think? Is it case one or case two? It's case one, right? Why case one? Because your PCB is less than your tax. Your PCB discount is 5160. But the total yang you kena bayar is 15532. It means you kurang bayar or lebih bayar? You kurang bayar, right? So to answer their question, do they have to pay the balance? Yes, because you kurang bayar. So yes. Yeah. So I will say, I'll write yes first. So I'll write dot, dot, dot. Yes. Okay. But kurang bayar berapa? Because they got say explain your answer, right? So I have to explain the answer. So kurang bayar berapa? I have to take my tax minus my PCB, right? Which means I have to take 15532 minus 5160. Okay, to get the insufficient lah, to get the amount yang saya kurang bayar. So here I'll write insufficient amount. Okay, the insufficient tax payment ataupun you can say kurang bayar punya amount is 15532 minus 5160. So let's press calculator. Okay, my calculator give me 10372. It means I kurang bayar this amount. I need to bayar lagi this amount. Faham maksud saya? So to explain the answer, I write yes. Okay, so why yes? Why I write yes? Because PCB, yeah, PCB, okay, potongan cukai bulanan is less than total income tax. Less than total income tax. Okay. Okay. Because I want to write the 10372 also, so I will write, instead of write because, yeah, I'll write since, yeah. So I'll write yes, titik, and then since PCB is less than total income tax, therefore, what's the, I just write they lah, they. I write they have to pay, balance. They have to pay balance. Balance berapa yang dia kena bayar? RM 10372 to LHDN. Okay. Or you can write IRB. IRB is the same thing. But it's in English lah. LHDN is Lembaga Hasil Dalam Negeri. IRB is Inland Revenue Board, but it's the same. Okay. So yeah, this is my working. Hope you understand. So do they have to pay? Yes, since PCB is less than total, and they have to pay balance 100. Yeah, right. It means that they will end up paying 10372 lah. Not this one because got discount mah. So you minus with the discount, this one yang dia kena bayar. But I want you to know that sometimes you might see case yang macam ni, yang extra bayar punya. For extra bayar, then it's when your PCB more than tax lah. Then this one you take the PCB minus tax to get the lebih bayar one. And for the lebih bayar punya case, you don't have to pay already. But the LHDN have to pay you back. They will bank in back to you, back to your bank account. Okay. So yeah. Okay, so let's continue with number 12. Let's read the question. Okay, diagram 6.1 shows three pentagons A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, J, K, and F, L, M, N, P drawn on the Cartesian plane. So three pentagon. This one is a small one, A, B, C, D, E. And then F, G, H, J, K is another small one, but they got shaded here. They got, how to say? They got laureate the Kawasan here. And then F, L, M, N, P is the big one. So where is it? F, L, M. Okay, so they, let me draw it, how to say? Make it more obvious. So it's like here, F, L, M, and P. So the big one lah. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So total got three pentagons. Now let's see what they want. A, pentagon FLMNP is image of pentagon ABC under combined transformation UV. And then they want you to describe, I think. Yeah. So it means they want you to write down what is transformation V and transformation U lah. But before you describe, you have to know who's the object, who's the image first. Because if you don't know, you start from, because there's three pentagon, you need to know you start from which pentagon, right? So maybe you start from this one, maybe you start from the big one, maybe you start from the small one, right? So you have to read separate object, separate image dulu, baru we can describe. So now let's read one more time. FLMNP is the image of ABCDE under two transformation UV. It means got two transformation, means got two arrow. But siapa yang letak dekat paling depan, siapa yang letak paling belakang. Alright, yang image I will put paling belakang. Okay, and then object I will put depan lah. So they say FLMNP is image of ABCD under two transformation, right? Means FLMNP will be paling belakang. This is the final image. And then the starting one is ABCDE, right? Because they say FLMNP is image of ABCD under two transformation, right? And if they say transformation UV, it means you have to do V first, baru what U. It means V is the first transformation, right? So the first arrow here, I'll write V. The second arrow, I'll write U. Then what about this middle one, the missing one? What we have to write in the middle? Well, if you look at the diagram, there's three pentagon. A, B, C, D, E, I already write depan. The FLMNP, which is the big one, I already write belakang. So what do you think is in the middle? This small one lah. This is the only one left, right? Which is FGHJK. So I'm just gonna write it here, FGHJK. And now with this, now we can describe our transformation V and transformation U. Okay. Even though this one tak ada marker, but I want students to write this first, because if you don't write this, it's very hard to describe because you don't know transformation V is from who to who, U is who to who, then it's very easy to make careless mistake, right? So now I already did everything. Now we can describe our transformation. So I'm just gonna write transformation V is, and then later I'll write the transformation. And then the next one is transformation U is, and then blah 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 blah. Okay. But look carefully, it's 6 marks. It means you cannot just write transformation V is let's say it's translation. You cannot just write translation. All right. If translation, you need to write down how many horizontal, how many vertical, right? And then if it's reflection, you have to write down what's the reflection line. If it's rotation, you have to write down lagi banyak benda, like how many degrees, clockwise, anti-clockwise, and the center. If enlargement, you have to write scale factor and the center, right? It means you have to hafal kalau ada 4 transformation, and when you're describing these 4 transformation, what you have to write, okay, to get full mark. So you have to remember that. Okay, tak apa, I will show you later. Now let's determine transformation V first. So V is from ABCDE to FGHJK. It means this one, ABCDE, and this one, all right? So obviously I know it's not enlargement. Okay, why it's not enlargement? Because the size is the same. So if they have same size, means definitely they cannot be enlargement, right? So it's either translate, reflect, or rotate. I know it's not translate because if you look at this tajam punya part, okay, this shape got one, this tajam punya part, right? And can you see it's pointing down, right? But look at this. Where is this tajam punya point? This one, right? And it's already pointing to the other side. So I know definitely this is not translation, because the orientation changed already. Or means it's already like, how to say, terbalik sikit already. You understand, right? It means because translation, you are just moving left and right, up and down like that. Okay, so the orientation will not change. Okay, and this one you can see the orientation change already. So definitely it's not translation, it's either reflect or rotate. And when I teach my own student, if you're not sure whether it's reflect or rotate, I always teach them to draw lines, right? To draw lines, because it's very difficult to know whether it's reflect or rotate. So what I teach them is the method of drawing lines. So what you do is you just draw lines, but you have to draw with the corresponding point. right? And after you draw lines, if your lines look like this, then it's reflection, right? If your lines look like this, okay, all the lines you draw after joining all the corresponding points is like this, like parallel to each other, then it's reflection. But what if all the lines intersect at one point? So every line, it has to be every line. Dia tak boleh, oh, dua line saja yang intersect, satu tak ada intersect, tak boleh. It has to be every line intersect. Then it's rotation 180 degree. And guess what's this intersection point? That's the center. That's the center of rotation. Okay. So it's so easy when it's rotation 180 degree, because when it's rotation 180 degree, you still have to write clockwise, anti-clockwise, and the center, right? But for 180, the clockwise, anti-clockwise, you can write either one. Yeah, because 180 you can write either one. And then for clockwise, for the what? For the center, you don't need the compass also. It's there already, right? That's the intersection point. So for rotation 180 is very easy. Okay. But I want to talk about rotation 90. Rotation 90 is when it's not this case, it's not this case, right? When it's not these two case, then it's rotation 90. Okay. So for example, like let's say the line looks like this. After you draw, it means they got intersection. They got intersection, but the intersection is not like this where all the line intersect. It's just like satu intersect sini, satu intersect sana. It's like very messy lah. It's like very messy. So when it's very messy, then it's rotation 90. And for rotation 90, to find the center, you need compass, right? So tak apa, I'm just gonna draw lines now, and then you will see, right? You will see which one, yeah, whether it's reflection or rotation, right? So I already know C is to H. Okay, why this line so tebal? Let me, okay, C to H, yeah, this is corresponding, okay. And then B with, wait, let me think. B, I think kawan dia G kan? Betul tak? Ini kawan dia. Ya, ini kawan dia. So B, G, C, H, D, J, D, J, okay. And then E, let's see. EK, right? Yeah, EK, right? And you cannot simply draw the lines, it has to be corresponding to each other. It means you cannot simply join to whatever point you want. You have to join to corresponding. Corresponding means point yang sepadan dengan dia. So point yang sepadan dengan E in this case is K. And then A kawan dia siapa? Yang sepadan dengan dia is F. Macam tu. Right? So I think I draw everything correctly. Yeah. And it looks like, it doesn't look like, it doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like this, right? Not all lines are parallel, and bukan semua line yang, there are other intersection. I can see some intersection, but the intersection point is like so messy, right? It's not like for rotation 180, every line has to intersect at one point. Then it only is 180. So this is definitely a rotation 90-degree question. So now I know already it's rotation 90. Now I can straight away go to transformation V, the first, and write rotation 90 degree. But you cannot just write like this. If you write like this, you will not get full mark. After writing rotation 90 or 180, so the first thing first is you have to write the angle, right? Whether it's 90 or 180, right? The next thing is you have to write the direction. Direction ada dua, dia boleh jadi clockwise or anti-clockwise, right? So you have to write either one lah. But you cannot choose lah. You have to make sure you write the correct one. Okay. Tak apa, nanti saya ajar tengok. And then the last one is to find the center of rotation, which is like a coordinate. Okay. So how can we know we already know it's 90 degree. Okay. So it's not 180. But how do we know it's clockwise or anti-clockwise? And also, how do we find the center? Okay. In order to know what direction, you need to find the center first. Yeah, because when you know the center, then only you can know the direction. Because at the center, you can draw a cross, and then you can determine where the direction, whether it's like going this way or going this way, right? So instead of finding direction, I'll find the center now. Because by finding the center, I can get the center coordinate and find and know the direction also. So how to find center of rotation when it's 90 degree? You have to use compass, right? So before you use compass, you have to look at all these lines here, and you have to choose two of these lines. All right. So I'm just going to erase some of these lines and left two lines. Right. So I'm going to erase this line, the DJ line. I'm going to erase it. And I'm also going to erase the BG line. Yeah. And then I'm also going to erase EK line. Right. And what's left now is just these two lines, the AF line and the CH line. Why you need the two lines? How to say? Why you need to choose two lines is because you want to do perpendicular bisector. You want to use compass to do perpendicular bisector for AF and for CH. It means for these two lines lah. Okay, and you have to draw perpendicular bisector. What is perpendicular bisector? Perpendicular bisector means if I have a line like this, what you do is you want a line that cuts this. The perpendicular bisector will be the line that cuts this line in the middle. It will be 90 degree and it will cut it in the middle exactly. This line we call it PB, which is perpendicular bisector. And what we want now is do perpendicular bisector for this line and for this line, yeah, something like that, right? But of course you cannot simply draw lah, you need compass, okay? And the method is you have to use the compass. Compass is the jangka lukis, got satu part yang tajam punya, right? And then another part of the compass is the one that is like other pencil punya, right? So something like this, right? So what you want to do is you take the tajam punya, you cucuk dekat sini, dekat hujung sini, and then you lukis atas, lukis bawah. And then repeat the same process, cucuk sini, the tajam one cucuk here, and then the pencil lukis atas, lukis bawah, and then just join these 2 points. That is how you draw perpendicular bisector. So what you're gonna do now is you take a compass and then do cucuk dekat A, buat sini, and then cucuk dekat K, buat sini, and then lukis, right? And then repeat the same process for CH, and then lukis, and so on, right? But you have to make sure you use compass, right? So I'm gonna show you how it will look like after you use compass, right? So I do this earlier, so I'm gonna show you now. So yeah, this is roughly how it will look like. Okay, this is roughly how it will look like. So I purposely use different color so you can see it. So this is the original line. This is the original line, right? And this one is the perpendicular bisector, right? And then another line is the red color line, and I do perpendicular bisector. Oh, and one more thing, just now, do you remember I said I need to choose 2 lines? You have to make sure when you choose these 2 lines, you don't choose 2 lines that are parallel to each other. Because if you choose 2 lines that are parallel, you cannot find the intersection. Right? You have to choose 2 lines that are not parallel. For example, this blue line and the red color line, okay, which is the same as what I choose earlier. Okay, you see, it's the same. AK line and the CH line. See, they are not parallel. That's why it's easy to find the intersection. So that's why I use like that, right? So you see AFCH, and then I do perpendicular bisector, right? And and which one is the center now? After I use the compass, I draw. Now I know the center, which is this one. Okay. Hey, some student will tell me this one or this one or this one or this one. Hey, wrong, this one all not the center. Hey, hello. You have to look at the intersection of the 2 perpendicular bisector. So the intersect at here, this is the answer, which is -1,7. Not this one. Ini bukan lah, bro. This is not hello, this is the how to say? The uh the first line you draw. Yeah, these 2 lines is the first line you draw. Okay, I don't want this. I want the line that I use compass punya. Right? Not these lines. Walaupun ini semua intersection, but this is not the center. So make sure you know how to choose the center. The center is the intersection of the 2 perpendicular bisector. It means after you use compass, you draw the 2 lines, the intersection point of the 2 lines, that is the center. So this one, -1,7. So I'm just going to go back to the original paper and then write the center lah. So where is it? -1,7, right? Right? So -1,7 here. Okay. So if this is your center, now tell me what is the direction. Okay, when you have the center, then it means you can draw a cross already. You can draw a big cross, right? Like a cross like this. The reason why I draw cross is because I want to know which direction. Okay, so as you can see, it's A, B, C, D, E pergi kepada F, G, H, J, K. Bukan like this. No. Separate objects sekarang. Look at this arrow. See that's why this arrow is very helpful. So it's from A, B, C, D, E to F, G, H, J, K. So it's like from here to here, not the other way. So actually it's going this direction. So if it's this direction means, can you tell me what is this direction? Is it ikut arah jam or lawan arah jam? Is lawan arah jam, right? Because arah jam is like that. 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Arah jam is like this, right? But this one is like going opposite, like lawan arah jam. So we call this anti-clockwise, right? So rotation 90 degree, anti-clockwise. Okay, or you can also say transformation B is anti-clockwise rotation 90 degree, also can, right? But if you want to get full mark, you still have to write one more thing, which is the center. So I will just write about center. And what is the center just now? -1,7, right? Yeah, that's the answer. Okay. Of course, you want to write in Bahasa Melayu can also, up to you. Yeah. Then you write in Bahasa Melayu lah. Putaran 90 darjah lawan arah jam pada pusat -1,7. Can also, if you write in Bahasa Melayu. Okay. So done already. This is my first part. Now we do the next transformation. The next transformation is from separ. Transformation U, which is from FGHJK to FLMNP. This one very obvious lah. This one FGHJK is the small one, and then FLMNP the big one. So definitely is a enlargement, right? Yeah, this one is like, because if the size change, confirm is enlargement already. There's no other answer already, right? If the size become bigger or become smaller, also is definitely enlargement, right? But if you want to get full mark, you have to write down two information. First information is the scale factor, the other information is the center. So I'm gonna write the center first. Transformation U is enlargement, center at. So where is the center of enlargement? Okay, if you want to find center of enlargement, you don't need the compass, right? You just use rulers. So what you do is you just join 2 points that are corresponding, join all the points that are corresponding, join all the points like this. So M and H corresponding, L and G corresponding, and all the intersection point of all these lines, that's the center. So the center is at F lah. So you can also write the coordinate, which is -4, 1. So you can write center at -4, 1, or you want to write F also can. Just write center at F also can. But if you write both is better. So straight away just write like this. Enlargement center at F -4, 1 with scale factor. Yeah, we have to find the scale factor. And what is scale factor? Scale factor formula is, the symbol for scale factor is K. The formula is length of image divided length of object. But this one must be the length. Cannot take area. If you take area, okay, it must be the length. So what we do is take the length of image. In this case, the image is the big one. It doesn't. It's not always the big one is the image. Sometimes the small one can be the image also. That's why it's very important to read the question carefully to know who's the final image. Okay, in this case, FLMNP. So the big one is the final image. So I will choose one side, because this formula is taking the length of image, right? So we can choose any side here. So let's take FL punya side. So if I take FL punya side as my image, then my corresponding side for the object will be FG lah. Do you agree? Because before enlarge is FG, after enlarge is FL. So it's FL divide FG like that. Of course, you can also take PK divide KF, can also. Yeah, can also. You jangan ambil PF bahagi FG sudah. You ambil macam ni confirm salah. Because it's not corresponding. You need to take panjang bahagi panjang tapi kena panjang yang sepadan. It has to be corresponding sides. So let's take FL bahagi FG. So we all know FL is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 units. And then FG is just 2 units. So 8 divided 2 is just 4. So the scale factor is 4. So this is how you get 6 marks, right? And you have to mention everything here. If rotation, you need to hafal. Have to mention angle, direction, center. If enlargement, you have to mention the center and the scale factor like that, right? So this is how you get the full mark, 6 marks. Okay, kalau tak ada masalah, I will continue with B, right? So B, they ask you what? Given pentagon FLMNP represents a region with area. Okay, the moment you see the word area in the transformation question, you will immediately write down this formula. Area of image equals to K square times with area of object. This is the only formula in this chapter that you need to know. Okay, whenever they ask something about area, mesti guna formula ni, right? So they say FLMNP area is 448. Let's go up there and label. Where is 448? The FLMNP. So where is FLMNP? Oh, the big one lah. It means the 448 is from here, 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 448. But we need to know this 448 cm square is including this small part also, right? It's including. Yeah, because it's the whole thing, right? So the whole thing, including this shaded region. Yeah. So now what they want? Calculate the area of shaded region. Okay, if I want to find area of shaded region, means I want to find area of object lah, right? Because if you look at this, shaded region is the FGHJK, which is this one, right? So what I will write here is area of image equals to K square times area of object. But we all know the image here, the final image here is FLMNP, right? And then what about the area of object? The area of object, you can write FGHJK. Okay, some student will ask me this. Hey, sir, if I write ABCDE, boleh tak? Okay, boleh juga. Because ABCDE and FGHJK, they have the same area. You know why? Because they are rotation of each other. So if you rotate this one to get here, rotation will not affect the size. So if you write ABCD here, actually betul juga. Yeah. But since this question asking me to find shaded region, which is the FGHJK, that is why I write FGHJK. But if you write ABCD, is fine also. Okay, just make sure at the end you change back to the FGHJK lah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, macam tu je, right? And what about the k? The k is scale factor lah, and you find it already is 4. Yeah. So now it's just 4 square, which is 16. Multiply with FLMNP, they give you already is 448. And then the other side here is area of FGHJK, which is the shaded region lah. That's what they're asking, right? Shaded region, yeah. So what you do is just take 448 divide 16 and then done already. Okay. And okay, I press already. My calculator give me 28. So just write 28. And then here I write area of FGHJK, right? Okay, make sure you write the unit lah. So what unit they write here? CM square. So I will follow, it will be CM square also. So instead of writing FGHJK, I'll write area of shaded region. Okay, but it's the same thing lah. The shaded region and FGHJK is the same same thing. Okay, so the area shaded region is 28 cm square. So you understand, right? It means this one is 28, right? Okay, imagine if you write ABCDE here. Can also. You will get area of ABCD is 28, right? And if ABCDE punya area 28, this will be 28 also. Yeah, so you just make sure you tambah lagi satu baris and then just write area of shaded is 28. That's all, right? So I think, yeah, I complete this question already. So this is how you get 6 marks, 2 marks, 8 marks total. Okay. Oh, there's ada lagi satu markah sini. So this one is a tessellation question. Let's read. Diagram 6.2 shows a pattern on a tile which is a tessellation. Hey, what is tessellation? Tessellation means it's like a pattern of shape that are how to say, shape that are similar but it's recurring. Recurring means it keeps on repeating lah, right? And if dia repeat, dia tak boleh ada empty space, dia tak boleh ada overlap, then we call it tessellation, right? So let's see what they want here. Berikan definisi bagi tesselasi. Give the definition of tessellation. Well, I just told you. I baru kita saja, right? So let's write it. How to say? Let's write it properly lah. So let's write tessellation. Oh, wrong spelling. Double S, Tessellation got 2 S. So tessellation is a pattern. It's a pattern of recurring shape. What is recurring? Recurring means repeating lah. Like the same shape repeating. So it's a pattern of recurring shapes. It's a pattern of recurring shapes. Pattern of recurring shapes that fills a plane without any empty spaces in between and no overlapping. Okay, so yeah, of course you can refer the textbook also. The textbook got give you the tessellation punya definition. Yeah. So yeah, this is how I would answer it lah. This is how I would write it. So let's read one more time. Tessellation is a pattern of recurring shape, means repeating shape, that fills a plane. Yeah, it fills up the plane without leaving any, I should write leaving, right? Without any empty spaces. Okay, I think I'll write without leaving any empty spaces in between and no overlapping. Yeah, cannot overlap, right? So this one just 1 mark only lah. You just write the definition. Okay, so hope you understand. Let's continue. Okay, let's continue number 3. This is not a form 4, form 5 topic. This is lower form punya topic, right? It's called plan and elevation. This one, right? The one I'm doing now is plan and elevation. Okay, let's read. Diagram 7 shows a solid right prism with a square base ABGF. Where is it? ABGF is a square. So I think I should label this quickly now. So it means these are all 5, 5, 5, 5 lah. So from here to here also 5, but there's a R in between, right? So we have to be careful. And then mana tadi? With a square base ABGF on a horizontal plane. Okay. The surface ABCDE is a uniform cross section. Let's see. ABCDE is the uniform cross section. Okay, okay, understand. Faham. And then the rectangle DCHG is an inclined plane. Where is it? DCHG. I think this one, right? Is inclined. Okay. Okay, faham. And then 3/4 of the cylinder was combined to the right prism on LRFM and MNSF plane to form a combined solid as shown. 3/4 means 3/4, right? It means this cylinder is like 3/4 of the cylinder combined to the right prism, so it's combined on LRFM. So it's combined here Okay, and MNSF. MNSF. So it's combined like this lah. So it's like, how to say? S- lekat dekat situ. Right? It's like stick towards the surface. Okay, faham, faham, faham. And then the edge AE and BC are vertical edges. Mana? AE and BC vertical edge. Okay, okay, faham. Means 90 degree lah. So far it's like nothing important in the soalan. Given JK, okay, I have to make sure all of this they got labeled. JK 5 cm. What is it? JK, wait, what? But here they write 2 cm. JK, oh, okay, no, 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 sorry, sorry. JK equals MN equals MF. So JK equals MN. Okay, so MN also 2 lah, because JK 2, right? So MN 2, MF also 2. So MF, this is 2. It means LR also 2 and S also 2, because this, if this is 2, this must be 2 also, right? And this will be 2 also, because from here to here is radius. So from here to here also radius. Then this will be 2 also. The SF also 2. Yeah. It means this is like a square lah. Square 2 cm, 2 cm. Right? And then the last one is AE 5 cm, which is from here to here 5. Right? And we all know here to here is 3, right? So the short one is 3, but the panjang one is 5. So if the panjang one is 5 here, then here, if here is 2, then atas sini is 3 lah. From here to here. Right? It's 3. Okay. So I think when we are doing this question, we have to read this very carefully, because sometimes they got give you some information, and if you don't have the information, it's very hard for you to draw later. So I think I label everything nicely. Now we can skip this part and A. Right? So A, they want you to draw to full scale. What does it mean by draw to full scale? It means you have to use a ruler and you have to measure the exact length, the exact panjang. Like let's say it's 3 cm, you have to 3 cm. If it's 90 degree, you have to make sure when you draw also 90 degree like that. Okay. If you want to get full mark, you have to make sure you do all those things lah. You have to make it, how to say, use a ruler and draw everything nicely. So now they says draw the plan. Plan means top view. Okay, plan means top view. What it means top view? What does it mean by top view? It means you have to tengok dari atas, right? Tengok dari atas and then draw the shape, right? So if you tengok dari atas, of course you will see something, right? But what you will see, apa yang you nampak when you tengok dari atas? So usually when I teach student is you will it's better to try to draw the paling belakang punya surface. Okay, let's say if I'm tengok dari atas, of course I will see this surface, I will see this surface, I will see this one, right? But my advice for you is always draw yang paling belakang dulu. It means yang paling tak nampak, right? The paling belakang punya lah. Then what if I tengok dari sini? Then you also same thing, you also draw paling belakang dulu. Yeah, it's better actually, because if you draw the paling belakang one, then only you will not buat careless mistake and you will not how to say kurang lukis, right? So let's do this question. Tengok dari atas, right? Okay, I know most students they will draw this one, right? But I don't recommend, because if you draw like this, you don't have this panjang. Okay, that is why it's like I don't recommend it, because this is a incline, like a sengit punya tau. So that's why it's better. Okay, you can use these tips. You draw yang paling belakang. Okay, because if you're tengok dari atas, of course the paling behind punya surface is this one, right? So now you will draw a square that is 5 cm, 5 cm. Okay, I'm just gonna use this. But when you draw, make sure you use ruler and make sure it's exactly 5 cm. Okay, make sure it's exactly 5 cm. Okay. Okay, I never use ruler lah, because I just want to do I just want to do fast. Okay, I don't want to waste my time. And also I can't measure using the laptop. So yeah, so I'm just gonna do it like this. All right, it will be 5 cm, 5 cm. But when you draw it in an exam, you have to make sure you really use the ruler, and it's have to exactly 5 cm. And then after you draw this, there's one more surface yang you tengok dari atas, right? You will see this surface, but I also recommend you draw yang paling behind dulu, which is this part. So when you tengok dari atas, what you will see here is a circle, but it's like 3/4 of the circle, like this, right? Like this. Okay, not the full circle, but 3/4, and the radius is 2 cm. So what I will do now is, we all know this is F, right? So what we do is we use a compass, and we must use compass. Yeah, that's why you need to bring compass to the exam. So what you do is you open the compass until 2 cm, right? So let's say 2 cm is here lah. So open until 2 cm, like this. So this is 2 cm. And then what you do is you draw a circle, okay? Draw a circle like this, but use compass, don't do it like me, please. Use compass, right? I cannot show you using compass, but you have to draw it using compass. So I'm gonna draw nicely. Okay, something like that lah. My one is very ugly because I never use compass. And then this radius here will be 2 cm also from here to here. Okay. And then now you can draw, okay, after drawing this surface and this surface, now you can draw uh atas sikit punya surface. So after you draw the paling bawah punya, now you can focus on surface yang atas sikit, which is this surface. But let me tell you, this surface will cover this surface. Do you agree? Because when you tengok dari atas, these two surface is like same size. So they will, how to say, they will overlap with each other. Yeah. So you don't have to draw this surface anymore because yeah, when you tengok dari atas, these two will cover each other. And then what else? Yeah, now it's time for this surface, right? But I recommend don't draw this surface because it's an inclined plane. I recommend drawing this one, which is from here 2 cm, and then here is 5. Yeah, because here is 5, here is 5, right? Here is 5. So here to here also should be 5. So it's a 5 2 cm rectangle. So 5 2. 2 is exactly here. So this is where you have to draw a straight line, right? And of course, you have to make sure it's 90-degree also. So it's like straight down here like this, right? And it's 2 cm, huh? Yeah, it's 2 cm. It means J directly behind it is N and S. It's like straight line here, J and S. Okay, like this. That's what it means. And then the rest here, that's the inclined plane, lah, right? And yeah, done already. This is the answer. Okay, yeah. Now the only thing left to do is to label everything nicely. So this 5 cm, I actually cut it here. So it's actually 2 cm and then 3 cm. And then here will be 3 cm. And then this one will be how much? 3 cm. Yeah. Okay. And of course, here also you have to label it's 5 cm. All right. All right. Okay. I know some student will say, hey, sir, no need label also, right? Okay. Actually, tak label. Okay. Some student will say no need to label, right? But if you ask me, of course, label it lah to be safe. Okay. And it's not difficult to label, right? And also make sure you write down all the alphabet here. Huh? So what is this point? This point is the H, but you also have to write /G, right? Because when you tengok dari atas, H and G, H behind H is G, right? And then here will be C/B, and then this one, okay, not this one first, the D first, the D and J. So this is just be D, this is J. But behind J, there's still N and S. So it's actually J/N/S like this for this point, right? J and S. And then this one is the center of the cylinder, which is M. Yeah, M. But there's one more, which is F, right? So I'm going to write MF. MF. Okay. And then what else? JNS. Hey, okay, K also, right? Yeah, this one is not just MF, this one is K also. It means the first one yang you nampak, that's the one you tulis depan. And then the one that, how to say? That is right behind them, I write afterwards. KMF like this. Okay. Yeah, so KMF. And then what about the PQ? Okay, the PQ is it will stay. Okay, let's see. I think it will stay here. Somewhere on the side lah. Huh? So I will just write here lah. PQ, yeah, somewhere on the side. And then what about the LR? LR, I think it's here, right? So LR. And then the last one is this one, EA. So yeah. So I think I labeled everything, right? Let's see. HGCB. D only, then JNS, and then EA, LR, JN. Yeah, I think I labeled everything. I didn't leave out anything. So this is how I would do it lah. Okay, and I repeat one more time. Use compass to draw the circle, and all this length have to use ruler to measure exactly. It has to be exactly 5 cm, right? Of course, if it's a little bit different, it's fine one. Like if the gap is like 0.1 cm difference, then they terima one. But you have to make sure you use ruler and it has to 90-degree lah. Everything has to use ruler. Okay. All right. Last one. B. They says draw the elevation of composite solid on a vertical plane parallel to AB as viewed from X. You just tengok yang from X saja. The rest all not important, right? So I have to draw from X now. And do you remember the advice I give you, the tips I give you? Try not to draw the first surface yang you nampak. So if you tengok dari X, of course you will nampak this surface and this surface, a bit of this surface, right? But I recommend you draw yang paling behind first, right? It means you draw this one first. This one also, yeah, this one also you draw. Okay, it means you draw paling belakang punya surface dulu, right? So what you see is this trapezium, right? So I'm gonna draw a trapezium, 3, 5, but the length is 3, 5. Wait, 3, 5, 5 cm. Yeah, 3, 5, 5, because this one is 2 plus 3, 5 cm. So 3, 3, 5, 5. So I'll go down here and draw a trapezium that look like this. 3. Okay, let's use a straight line. So it will be like this is 5 cm, and then like this is 3 cm. Okay, but you have to make sure it's exactly 5 cm. Okay, I just do fast, that's why. But you need to make sure you use ruler. So this one is 3 cm, this one is 5 cm, this one is 5 cm. You understand, right? Because when you tengok dari this angle, you will see this 3, 5, 5. Okay, and then there's 2 cm here. Okay, so let's go 2 cm. So measure 2 cm here. Okay, lebih kurang here. Okay, let's label here 2 cm, and then from here you will join, and then you will get this shape. Okay, but belum siap lagi. Ada lagi yang you kena lukis, which is the cylinder, right? So the cylinder, apa you nampak? Okay, you will nampak this surface, right? When you draw this surface, do you see that there is this square surface, right? The 2 cm, 2 cm one. So definitely I have to draw the 2, 2. And what about the one that already outside? That one is also a 2, 2. It means you will just see a rectangle here. Okay, if you tengok dari this angle, you will only see a rectangle. You will not see all the curve punya part. You will just see a rectangle. So I'm gonna draw a rectangle, but this rectangle is like 2 square. Okay, it's like 1 square, another square, and all of it is 2 cm, right? So I'm gonna copy and paste this in my diagram. Okay, but it's one of the square is inside, it's covered here, so it's actually like this. So it's like 2 cm. Okay, something like this, and then like this. But then there's another square that is outside. So it will be like this, and then tarik bawah 2 cm, and then this one tarik sini. Okay. Okay, my one is like not very nice. It's not like 90-degree, right? But you have to make sure it's like 90-degree. Okay, you have to use ruler and you have to measure exactly the length, or then only you can get full mark. Okay lah, I'll just do it like this. And one more thing, for the line, for this line, you have to use dotted line actually. Why you have to use dotted line? Because this square is covered. Yeah, we can't see it actually. Because when you look from the X, this square will be covered by this front surface. Do you agree? This front surface will cover this square, right? That is why this square you are not able to see it, but you still need to draw it. It's just that you draw using dotted line. So I'm gonna erase the straight line, erase this, right? So this is how it will look like. Okay, and don't forget to label 2 cm, 2 cm, 2 cm, because that's the radius of the cylinder. And the 5 cm I will erase. The 5 cm I will erase, and then write what? Write 3 cm here instead, because the whole thing is 5 cm. So minus 2, this is 3 cm. Okay, so let's go back to the diagram and see, did we miss out anything? No, right? Because yeah, we saw this square, we saw this surface. This whole thing at the back, this line will just be covered. This semicircle arc will just be covered by this line, so we don't need to worry about that. Same with this one, it's just gonna cover with this horizontal line. So yeah, I think done already. And then what about this front surface? This front surface is exactly the same as the back. It's the cross section. So done already. Yeah, this is the answer. Okay. Yeah, ini jawapan dia. And don't forget to label lah, right? So I'm gonna label all the point first. So let's start with this one. It will be EK, right? So I'm just gonna write E/K. Okay. You write the first one yang you nampak dulu. Then only you write the one behind. So D, this one is D followed by J. Yeah. D, J. And then apa lagi? CH. Okay, no problem. Let's go. And then down here at the corner here is B/G. So BG. And then the cylinder punya dalam. The cylinder dalam is S, and I cannot see it. Let me erase all these lines. So it's actually S. Okay, well, L is not, L is this one, right? Okay, L is like this. So it's just S only actually. Yeah, just S only. So I'm just gonna write S. And the 5 cm also I have to erase. Yeah, this 5 cm. Because now it's like cut into 2 cm. So this will be 3 cm only. And then this is 2 cm, 2 cm. Okay, let's just make sure we label everything nicely. Yeah. Okay, what about here? What I have to label here? I think this is the center of the radius, yeah, which is F. But if you tengok dari sini, you will not nampak F first. You will nampak A first. Then baru R, baru F. So ARF. Okay. So let's write ARF here. So ARF. ARF. And then now next one is Q. On the side here is Q. So yeah, Q here. And then Q here up right above Q is the P. So this one is P. And then masuk sini is the LM. Is it? LM. Yeah, and that's nothing in front, right? So LM. Wait, where's LM? Yeah, correct lah. This one, LM. So this one I write L/M. Okay, I think I labeled everything nicely. Did I miss out anything? NSF. Oh, there's still one more point here. Sorry, this one. So this one, what is this? This one is yeah, N. Okay, N. Okay, so let's write down N, and then ada lagi tak? EK. Yeah, I think that's all, right? RF, QM, LNS. RF, QMLN. Okay, where is Q? Okay, it's here. Yeah, I think done already. This is the answer. Okay, and remember to use ruler, and also bring compass to the exam, because sometimes you need to draw a circle like that, and also use ruler to measure and make sure it's 90-degree. Draw it nicely. Yeah, and yeah, right. So this is how you do it. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's do number 14. A survey was conducted on 40 pupils about the grades owned by Form 5 Bestari pupils in a school. So 40 is the total. And then it says there are 3 gadgets listed, which are tablets, smartphone, laptop. The following information shows the result of the survey. So 16 pupils have tablets, and tablets, they use P, right? It means the number of P is 16. Oh, by the way, this chapter, this topic is called the set. It's a Form 4 chapter, right? There is a chapter called Operation on Set. Okay, and this question is a set question, right? So the reason why I write N is because it's the number. Yeah, it's the number of number of pupils. So NP16. The next one is N17. Sorry, N smartphone. Smartphone, they use Q, so NQ17. Yeah. 18 have laptop, so NR lah. The number of element in set R is 18. 6 people have both tablet and smartphone. So it will be N. Tablet and smartphone means P and Q, right? P and Q. You can write intersect, okay? Because N means intersect. N means intersect. If I say or, it means union. Okay, remember this. Okay, and okay, let's write nicely. So I repeat one more time. And if they say the word and means this symbol, intersection, or means union. And also, if you are finding probability, and if they want and, you will times. But if they want or, you will plus. But this one is only if they ask for probability. Okay, then only you will do it. Do times kalau and plus kalau or. Okay, let's come back here. This one you can write P intersect Q, or you write P and Q also can. Yeah, P and Q. But they never mentioned the word only. Yeah, they just said 6 have tablet and smartphone. They never said only. Right? And if they never say only, if they say the word only, the meaning is different. Yeah, it will have a different meaning. That's why we have to read carefully whether they could say only or not. So this one, tak ada cakap only. And then 7 people have smartphone and laptop. So the number for smartphone, which is Q, and laptop, they also never said only. All right. So I just write 7. Okay. The reason why you have to check whether they got say only or not. Okay, because if they never said only, then cara kita label nanti tak sama dah. Okay, so hope you understand. Okay, tak apa, nanti saya tunjuk. Two pupils have tablet, smartphone, and laptop. So this one is all lah, all three. Okay, or you can also say P and Q and R, all three got two. Right? And then what is this? The number of people who have smartphone only. Got say only already. This one. So smartphone only. So number and smartphone they use Q, right? So Q only is 2 times the number of people who has laptop only. So let's write one more time. The number of students, number of pupils who have smartphone only, Q only, is equal to 2 times the number of people who has laptop only. So N, what is laptop? Laptop is R. So I have to write R, and you have to write only. If they got say only, then you have to put in the word only also, right? Because the only, this word is very important. It will change the whole meaning. Okay. If you put the word only, it will change the whole meaning. Okay, it will change the meaning. So yeah. So far, this is all the information yang dia bagi. Now let's see A what they want. Complete the Venn diagram in the answer space based on the given information. So this is the information. Now let's go to the Venn diagram. Okay, so they never even draw the circle for us. They just put a rectangle. So I think I need to draw the circle myself lah. But how many circle? 3 circle. One for student that like tablet. One for for student that have tablet. One for smartphone. One for laptop. But you cannot draw the 3 circle like this. Cannot. You cannot draw like this, right? Because other orang yang have tiga, because got 2 people have 3 tablet and smartphone and laptop. So if got 3 circle and other orang yang other tiga, you have to make sure these 3 circle must draw like this. Okay, there must be intersection. Okay, you cannot how to say, like just make sure 2 got intersection like that, cannot, right? If you draw like that, then where you have to write the 2, you cannot write the 2 already. Okay, so you have to make sure it's like this, right? Like this ataupun like this. Okay, yang ini pun betul, yang ini pun betul. Yang ini 2 dekat atas, 1 dekat bawah. Yang ini 1 atas, 2 bawah. Can also, right? Both also can. So I'm just gonna draw like this lah. 1 atas and then 2 bawah. Okay, so I will draw like this. Then another circle like a Mickey Mouse. Okay, it's like you're drawing Mickey Mouse. And the last one is like this. Okay, something like this. Yeah. Okay, now we will label P, Q, R. And we already know the middle is 2. But don't put the dot. If you put the dot, salah. Because if you put the dot, become elements already. This one is not element. This one is number of element. Okay. So yeah, this one done already. So I'm just gonna cut it. Okay. Yang atas ini kita tak boleh label tau. The NP16. Because the tablet is 16, right? But you cannot write 16 like this. It's wrong. Unless they said only lah. Kalau dia ada cakap only, baru you boleh tulis macam ni, tulis dekat sini. But they never said only. So if you write like this, confirm wrong. Because the 16 is not here. It's here plus here plus here plus here, right? That is why just now when I read the question, I keep checking whether they got say only or not. So it means this one cannot label first, cannot label first, cannot label first, right? You just cannot label it. Then what about this one? And P and Q 6. P and Q is 6. Okay, let's go to the diagram. P and Q is 6. I want to ask you, P and Q is 6. It means like this, like this 6. No. If you write like this, confirm wrong. Confirm wrong. Unless they got say only. If they say P and Q only 6, then you do like that. Correct. Because if I said P and Q only means here. Okay. But what if they just said P and Q? It means like this. If they said P and Q means like this, right? Look at the shaded region. It's like this. Like this is P and Q. But if they got say only, P and Q only, then it's only here. Then it's here. Okay. So I hope you understand. Okay, what if I say P and R? Adakah sini saja? Bukan, it's including here if I said P and R. But if I said P and R only, then it's referring to here. Okay. All right lah. I hope you understand. So now I read one more time. It's P and Q 6. So is it correct to write the 6 like this? No. I already said they never said only. If they got say only, then you can straight away write here, right? But they never said only. They just said P and Q 6. It means the 6 is including the 2. It means you have to take 6 minus 2 to get 4, and then the 4 right here. That's what it means. That's what it means by P and Q6, right? Hope you understand. Now let's potong that one and do the next one. So these 3 cannot label first. I already tell you why, okay? So what about Q and R7? Yeah, can also. This one can label also. Where is Q and R7? So this one is Q, this one is R. Then a lot of students, they will just put the 7 like this. Cannot. I already mentioned it's wrong. If they got say the word only, then only you can straight away write like this. They never say it means you have to, it means the 7 is including the 2, right? It means the 7 is actually here plus here. So 7 minus 2 is 5. It means this is 5. Okay. So you have to make sure the other cakap only or not. In Bahasa Melayu, only means sahaja. Sahaja. Okay, done already? Okay, this one done. Okay, can we label Q now? Yes, right? Because do you remember just now the Q is what? 17, right? But you cannot write the 17 here. I already mentioned why. Because they never say only. If they say Q only 17, then you can write 17 here. But if they just say Q 17, then it means everything at here is 17. So how to get this one? How to get the Q only? I have to take 17 minus 4 minus 2 minus 5. So I will get 6, right? So always look for the word only. All right, what else we can find? We have P the whole thing, we have R the whole thing, but we need this one, right? If you need this one, then only we can find here and here. So our problem is tak ada yang ini. This is our main issue now. Tak ada yang ini. Tak apa, let's read the question one more time and see what we can do. So this one we cannot label, this one we cannot label because I already said, I already tell you why. It's because we don't have this one. If we have this one, then only we can find the rest. So, they got mentioned something here. Number of Q only is 2 times the number of R only. What does it mean? What does it mean by Q only? Q only means 6, right? Yeah, because if they say only, it means only referring here. But if they never said only, then it's like the whole thing. If I said Q, number of Q means the whole thing, right? But if I said Q only, then it's just 6. So I think I can write here 6, because Q only is 6, equals to 2 times the number of R only. So now I can find the number of R only, right? The number of R only will be 6. This one is times relation. When you move, become divide, and 6 divided 2 is 3. It means the R only is 3. And I can label this because they have to put the word only. So R only is 3 means here is 3. Because they say only. And if they got say only means, yeah, it's referring here. Okay. But if they just say R, then it's the whole thing. But this one is R only, 3. So this one get 3. So now I can find this one already, right? Because I know the whole R. They got give us in the question, right? So this one can cut already. Now I can go to R, which is 18, right? So R is 18. 18 minus 2 minus 5 minus 3. Then I can get. So the calculator give me 8. Right? Hey, why? Wait. By the way, why I have to minus? Why I have to take 18 minus this one first, baru boleh tulis? Because they never say only. Okay? That's why, right? Because the R is like the whole thing. They just said R is 18. That's why you have to take 18 minus the rest. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, the last one, NP is 16. Now I know already. So cannot write 16 like this. Cannot. You have to minus first. So 16 minus 4 minus 2 minus 8. Okay, my calculator give me 2. Yeah, so you just write 2 there. Okay, and I want to ask you one more time, why have to minus first? Why cannot straight away, right? Because they never said only. This one is NP, not NP only, it's NP. That's why it's the whole thing add together, right? Okay, there's one more thing we have to do, which is take the total. Do you remember they got mentioned total 40, right? I minus with all these numbers. Okay, because total is 40, right? So if I take 40 minus with all this, the rest is the pupil that does not have all 3 lah. It does not have any gadget, right? So I will take 40 minus 2, 4, 6, semuanya, right? So 40 minus 2 minus 4 minus 6 minus 8 minus 2 minus 5 minus 3. Okay, my calculator give me 10. Yeah. So the 10 is the outside one lah. This one outside, right? It means these 10 students don't have any gadget. Dia tak ada tablet, tak ada smartphone, tak ada laptop, right? Okay, so I think I finished part A. It's 3 marks. So done already, complete the Venn diagram. So this is the answer. Okay, now I will do B. So B, they ask you to find a lot of things. So number 1 says number of people who have smartphone only. So I'm just gonna make this smaller, and then because I want, okay, so now you can see it lah. All right, what is smartphone only? Only they got say the word only Okay, if they ask you smartphone, hey, what is smartphone? P, Q, or R? I forget already. Smartphone is Q, right? It means they are asking you to find Q only. The number of Q only. This one is Q only, right? So what does it mean by Q only? It means 6 That's the answer, 6. Okay. Okay. What if I said Q? What if I said find the number of people who have smartphone? Then it's like 6 plus 4 plus 2 plus 5, like the whole thing, right? But since they got say the word only, means 6 only, right? That is why I said the word only is very important. It will change the meaning. It will change the whole meaning. Okay, so be careful. Number 2, number of people who have tablet and laptop. Dia ada cakap only tak? Tak ada cakap only kan? They just say table and laptop. Tablets and laptops. Tablets and laptop means tablet is, I forget already. Tablet is what? P tablet is P, laptop is R. So PR. P and R. So P and R. So if I have to look at P and look at R, right? So now I want to ask you, this is P, this is R. So which one is P and R? Is it 8 or is it 8 plus 2? Jawab. Is it 8 or 8 plus 2? The answer here is 8 plus 2, which is 10. Why? Because they never said only. If they said tablets and laptop only, then you take 8 only. Because tablet and laptop only is 8. But they never say only. They just say tablet and laptop, means the 2 also included. Right? The 2 also included. That's why it's 10 students. Okay, now let's do number 3. Number of pupils who have tablets only. Only, they got say only, So tablet is which one? Tablet is P, right? But you will not take the whole thing. Come on. They got say only. If they got say only means what? It means 2 sahaja lah. Yang suka tablet only is 2 person, right? So this one is 2. So make sure you always look for this word only. In this type of question, this word very important. Okay, the last one. Number of people who do not have tablet, smartphone, or laptop. 10 lah. Yeah, 10 tak ada langsung. Yeah. So that is the answer. Okay. Sudah siap ke soalan ni? Ke ada lagi? So A, B done already. 4 marks. Oh, there's one more here. C. So let's do C here. Okay, this one, just ignore it. So I'm just going to do C here. They want you to calculate the number of elements and for P intersect Q complement intersect R. Okay, let's do P intersect Q bracket complement intersect R. So how do we do it? Okay, first of all, I'll write the word N, right? I'll write the word N. And instead of doing P intersect Q complement intersect R, I will do P intersect Q complement first, like this. Because there's 2 operation here, intersect. And which operation we have to do first? Okay, if got bracket, of course you have to do the bracket one first. So that's why I do this one first, right? So let's find out the N for this first, right? So what is the N for this? Okay, P intersect Q means P and Q. It means it's talking about this, right? But they want complement. Complements means selain daripada 4-2. Selain daripada yang saya lorek. So selain daripada yang saya lorek means what? It means whole thing is 40 minus 4 minus 2. Okay, it means the remaining lah, right? So what is 40 minus 4 minus 2? You press calculator, you will get, let me press 40 minus 4 minus 2. Okay, my calculator give me 34. But of course, this is not the answer. This 34 is just it's just the answer for P intersect Q complement. Now I want to find N for, it means here lah. The 34 is here. The 34 is here. It means everything except the P intersect Q. Okay, that's 34. Okay. 10, 20. Wait, yeah, correct, correct. But now they want to find what? They want to find intersect R. So how? So it will be intersect, this shaded region here have to intersect with R. It means 8, 3, and 5 lah. Yeah, 8, 3, and 5, right? So we will end up taking 8, 3, and 5. So what I will do here is I will write number of elements P intersect Q complement, which is the everything except the 4, 2 but I have to intersect with R. Okay, but we all know R is just this circle, right? So the shaded region now intersect with circle is 8 plus 5 plus 3. And the answer is 16, right? Okay, let me explain using another method. You can also do it like this. You draw it one more time, and this time you will just put, you will use the answering technique. It means if they want P intersect Q complement, you will write P and then you will write Q and then find the intersection and then do the complement. Okay, so let's go. What is inside P? 2, 4, 8, 2, right? It's labeled with all these numbers. Okay, but actually it's, you do, but it's not good, right? Because 2 and 2 repeats. So what I will do now is I'll use a new labeling system. Yeah, I'll label it myself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 like that. And then inside P got 2, this one is P, Q, R. Inside B got 2, 3, 5, 6. And then Q is 3, 4, 6, 7. And then P intersect Q, which means the element that repeats here, 3, 3, 6, 6, right? But since they say P intersect Q complement means everything except the 3, 6, which means 1, 2, 5, 4, 7, 8. But I still have to take this and intersect with R. And what's inside R is 5, 6, 7, 8. And then now I do intersection again. It means I'm looking for the same, how to say? The with the same labeling lah. So which is 5, 5, and then 7, 7, 8, 8. It means 5, 7, and 8. That's why I take 8 plus 5 plus 3 for my final answer. Okay. So this is another method to do it. Usually I will use this method when I'm doing paper 1. Yeah. So yeah, I hope you understand lah. Okay. So this is how I would do it. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Okay, number 15. This is a graph question and it's a measures of dispersion. So this is group data lah. Why group data? Because you nampak other class. When you see got class here, then it's a group data. Okay, let's read the question. Table 4 shows a frequency table for the mass in kilogram of durian purchased by 30 customer. So 30 is the total frequency. Okay, total frequency. And number of customer is the frequency. This is the data. So data, I will just write X. Okay, X means data. So these are all the data, and this data is the mass of durian. So it's number of customer. Okay, now it says what? Soalan A. For this part of question, use the graph provided on page 25 by using the scale of 2 cm to 5 on the horizontal axis and 2 cm for one customer on the vertical axis. Draw a histogram. Okay, you cannot draw the histogram first. Yeah, you cannot draw the histogram first. You need to make sure you find out some information first. So they want to draw histogram. Means you kena tahu lah. You kena hafal what you need to use on your x-axis, what you need to use on the y-axis. So for histogram, you need to hafal. For the x-axis, you will use the boundary. What is boundary? Boundary is the sempadan. Sempadan. I think it's called sempadan in Bahasa Melayu. Yeah. But do you need the lower boundary or the upper boundary? Actually both. You need both. You need the lower boundary and the upper boundary. Both boundary also you can cari. And then what about the y-axis? The y-axis you will use frequency. Yeah, the y-axis you will use frequency, the x-axis use boundary. Okay, itu kalau histogram lah, right? But then what if it's OGIF? Then OGIF dia punya x-axis tak sama, dia punya y-axis tak sama. And then for polygon also tak sama, right? And there is one more which is called the cumulative histogram. That one also lain. For cumulative histogram, you will use boundary also or the x-axis, but for the y-axis you will use cumulative frequency. Itu kalau cumulative histogram lah. In the MRSM paper, I remember they asked to draw cumulative histogram. Okay, but this one is just histogram, so you're just gonna use the boundary and frequency. So frequency sudah ada dalam table, but boundary tak ada. So what you have to do now? You have to find the lower boundary and upper boundary lah, right? So what I will do now is from the table, I will make another. I will tambah dua lagi, two more column, one for the lower boundary, one for the upper boundary. Okay, so I'll just tarik satu line like this, and then tarik lagi satu line in the middle like this, and then here I'll write lower boundary LB. This one is the upper boundary, right? So what is the lower boundary of this class? It will be 14.5. This one upper boundary will be 19.5. This one will be 19.5, 24.5. This one is 24.5. This one is 29.5, the upper boundary. This one is 29.5, 34.5. This one is 34.5, 39.5. This one is 39.5, 44.5. This one is 44.5, 49.5. Okay, for those who don't understand what I'm doing, I'm basically just finding the boundary. And do you know how to find boundary? Okay, if you want to find lower boundary means what? It means you will take the small number in the class plus with the last number divide 2. So 45 plus 45 divide 2, that's how I get 44.5, right? Then what about the upper boundary? The upper boundary means you take the big number and then plus with the next number divide by 2. So in this case, 49, the next number is 50. So 49 plus 50, you press calculator and then take the answer divide 2. Then you will get 49.5. Okay, and all these numbers, I find it using the same method, right? Okay, after I reach here, now I can draw my histogram. And remember, for histogram, you don't have to tambah satu kelas depan, tambah satu kelas belakang, tak payah. Yang kena tambah kelas, that one is frequency polygon. Okay, and also for frequency polygon, you have to tambah satu depan, satu belakang. And then for O-give, you tambah depan saja. Because for frequency polygon, you have to make sure the first one is 0, the last one also 0. For O-give, you just have to make sure the first one 0. But for histogram, no need. The histogram no need, right? But make sure when you plot the histogram later, you cannot start with, okay, they got give you scale here, 2 cm to 5 on horizontal axis, right? But a lot of students will do like this, 5, 10, 15. It's wrong, huh? If you do like this, wrong. Okay. You cannot terus plus 5. You have to start with the first lower boundary first, which is 14.5. And you have to go down until 44.5 and then tambah lagi satu for 49.5. Right? It means all the numbers here you have to make sure ada dalam x-axis, right? So even though they say 2 cm to 5, don't plus 5 first. Start from 14.5, then only you plus 5, right? So let's go to the graph and then start labeling the x-axis. 0, start with 14.5, then only you plus 5, then you will get 19.5, 24, 29, 34, 39. Wait, is it enough space? If it's not enough, then I throw skip. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. I need 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think I have to start at the side here. Kalau tak cukup tepat. So 14.5. And then this one is plus 5. So 19.5. 24.5. 29.5. Just plus 5 lah. And then this one plus 5. 34.5. 39.5, 44.5, plus 9, plus 5, 49.5. Yeah, this is the last one. Okay. So every number here plus 5. Okay. Satu tempat saja yang you tak boleh plus 5. Sini tak boleh plus 5. Because if sini you plus 5, then yeah, it's wrong already. Okay, but it's okay because later I will add this thing. Right? Do you remember what is this? This is the symbol when we have to put this symbol when we modify the axis like this, right? So anyways, let's continue. What is the y-axis? Frequency. And the frequency, they say 2 cm to 1 customer, right? And what is the highest frequency here? 7. So I'll just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the y-axis, right? So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, time to draw the axis. So like this is the x-axis. And then for the y-axis, it's like this. And then let's label it. Okay, what we have to write on the y-axis? Frequency. Okay, you want to write frequency also can. But in this question, they actually call it something else. They call it number of customer, right? So I think it's better if you write number of customer, right? So I'm just going to write number of customer. Actually, you write frequency also can. Okay, it's just that this question, they use frequency. I mean, they use number of customer. They didn't write frequency here. That's why I ikut soalan dia lah. Okay, and then for the x-axis, please don't write boundary. Please don't write boundary. This one you must write mass. Okay, mass kg. So here you have to write mass. And if tak ada tempat, tak cukup tempat to write here, you can write bawah here also can. Okay. Kalau tak ada tempat sini, you can write down here. And make sure you write the unit inside also, kg. Okay. Okay, done already. Now I can start to draw my histogram. But when we draw histogram, try to look at the lower boundary, the upper boundary, and the frequency. Okay, don't just look at the frequency, tak mau. I want you to tengok tiga. Lower boundary, upper boundary, frequency. So 14.5, 19.5, 1. So 14.5 until 19.5 has to be 1. So 14.5, 19.5 is 1. So this macam ni. This is the 19.5, 1. Okay. Next one is 19.5, 24.5, 2. 19.5, 24.5, 2. So 19.5, 24.5, 2, like this. Done. And then next one, 24.5, 29.5, 3. 24, 29, 3. 24 until 29, which is here and here, 3. So like this. Okay, use ruler to draw. Okay. Okay, done. Let's continue. 29.5, 34.5, 5. 29.5, 34.5, 5. 29, 34, 5. 5 is here, yeah. Okay, like this. And then what's next? 34.5, 39.5, 7. Okay, 7, both 7 lah, 7, 7. So I'm gonna draw it straight away, 7, 7. So both also 7. So like this, both 7. But of course, in the middle, I have to make sure I put a line. Okay lah, good enough lah. And then here I have to put a line. Okay, for the last one, 44.5 to 49.5, what is it? 44.5, 49.5, 5. So the last one, the frequency is 5. So I'll just look at 5 like this. Oops. Okay, here, 5. Okay, done. Okay, after we done drawing the histogram, we have to check for this. We have to check ada tak kita tulis dua benda ni. First thing is the tajuk. And second thing is whether we need to put the symbol in the x-axis. So first thing is the tajuk. What would be the tajuk? It's called histogram, right? So this one is histogram, so I'll write histogram, right? And then garis. Okay. After we write the tajuk, we have to check whether this x-axis have to put the symbol or not. So if you look now, if you look at the x-axis now, you can see that the axis here semua +5, alright? Tapi sini saja yang bukan tak +5. It means here you have to put the symbol lah, right? So you have to put the symbol like this. Okay. It means that this line I have to erase until here, and then put this symbol, and then continue drawing here like this. Yeah, this is how it will look like. Okay. Okay, sudah siap. So how many marks? 4 marks for the graph. And yeah, that's all. So I finished part A already. Part A, they asked us to draw the histogram. So this is the whole histogram. Then what about part B? Okay, ada lagi. Part B kata apa? Based on your histogram, state the shape of distribution of the data. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the answer first, and then I will show you a very important page in the textbook. Okay, but I'll tell you the answer first. So this shape, it's a left skewed histogram. Okay, dia sama dengan J shape. Okay, there's one shape called the J shape, right? But it's different. Left skewed and J shape is like a little bit different. I'll show you. I'll tell you later. Okay. Anyways, I'll write the answer first. So this one is the left skewed histogram. So you're right, left skewed. Okay, the shape of the distribution here is left skewed, or you can also write skew to left. Okay. Okay, I will show you a very important page in the textbook now. So this is taken directly from the textbook. This is page 204. Yeah. Actually, I pernah teach this to my own student. Yeah. So this is from textbook. So I will read to you what this page says. So, okay, this one not important. Okay, just look at this one. We have symmetric histogram, skewed histogram. So for symmetric histogram, there's bell shape, there's uniform shape. So bell shape, it looks like this, like a bell, right? Means goes up, goes down. It means the highest one is always in the middle for bell shape. And then another one is uniform. Uniform is, it means like seragam, like, okay, like lebih kurang sama, uniform. So these two, we call it symmetric, right? And then now we have skewed histogram. Skewed histogram is like this, right? Dia start dengan rendah and then tinggi and then slowly go down. That the one we call it right skewed. Okay, right skewed. And then left skewed is just the same thing but in the opposite direction lah. Okay, so like this. Okay, and then look at this. Look at this. Other distribution shape, we have U shape, J shape, reverse J shape, bimodal. Okay, U shape, you can see it just looks like a U. Yeah, it's like the paling tinggi one is at the how to say, at the hujung, and then the middle one is the paling rendah one. Okay, that's what we call a U shape. Okay, it looks like a U also. Okay? Next one is J shape. So you can see it looks like a J, right? You see it looks like a J. Okay, but if you look at this, this J shape, and the left skewed, it almost look the same, right? Because the left skewed is also, how to say, uh, from here turun 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 turun. Here also is like turun turun. So lebih kurang sama, right? But there's one difference. There's one difference. If you look at the J shape, the paling tinggi punya is which one? Is paling kanan punya, right? Do you realize? If it's J shape, the paling tinggi punya frequency yang paling tinggi duduk dekat paling kanan, right? But if you look at the left skew, the paling tinggi punya is like not paling kanan. It's like it start yang paling kanan is like rendah sikit dulu. Then only dia naik, then only dia turun. So that is the difference lah. That is the main difference between the J shape and the left skew. Okay. So okay, then what about reverse J shape? Reverse J shape is like a reverse J. It's the same thing like the J shape, but it's in the opposite direction. So can you see the paling tinggi frequency punya is on paling depan, and then just slowly decline, right? It's the same as the right skewed, but there's one main difference. The right skewed, yang paling tinggi punya bukan dekat paling depan. Okay, it's actually start from how to say, start rendah sikit dulu, and then baru dia pergi paling tinggi, and then baru turun. So that is the main difference of right skewed and the reverse J shape, right? And the last one is bimodal lah. The bimodal shape is like this. Okay, so I want to tell you this type of question actually very rare lah. It doesn't come out a lot in the exam, but sometimes come out also. So I will recommend you one question is the, I think it's, okay, which state paper? Let me think. I think it's the MRSM. Ayo, I forgot already. I think it's the MRSM paper 1. Yeah. MRSM paper 1 in objective. Yeah, because in MRSM paper 1 objective, I forgot which question they got asked like this. They asked like uh if data shows decline, state shape, state distribution shape. Okay, the question is something like that lah. Something like that. Okay, in MRSM paper 1. So it says if data shows decline, state the shape. And then A, they give you bell shape, right? And then B, they give you like reverse J shape. Okay. Okay, it's not MRSM, it's Selangor. I remember already. Yeah, it's Selangor paper 1. Okay. Ada satu soalan macam ni, right? You can go to my video and just look at the description, and then you can find it very quickly. Okay. Because in my description I got put the notes beside. So and there's one question I even put it there, is the distribution shape question. So it's something like that lah. Okay. So you can go refer the question, and the answer for this is reverse J shape. Yeah, because if the data shows decline means it has to go down. Okay, so yeah. Okay, all right. But let's come back to this question. So if you look at the histogram that I just draw, it's like going down, right? It's going down slowly to the left. So it's left skewed, right? So yeah lah, that's why the answer is left skewed. But I got mentioned just now, left skewed punya shape dia adalah lebih kurang sama dengan J shape, right? Because the J shape also going down like this. But the only difference here is for left skew, dia punya paling tinggi frequency is not at the right, not at paling belakang. Okay, but for J shape, the frequency yang paling tinggi is paling belakang, right? So this one is like, this one is not J shape lah. This one is left skew, right? And if you look at the histogram I just draw also, if you look at it, the paling tinggi one is not paling belakang. Paling tinggi one is not paling belakang, right? It's like yang paling belakang is like rendah sikit dulu, and then baru this one paling tinggi, and then slowly go down. That's why it's left skewed, right? So hope you understand. Okay, let's do C. C says calculate the standard deviation. All right, the formula for standard deviation is square root sum of fx square divided by sum of f minus mean square. Okay, there's actually another formula. Okay, the other formula is sum of x square divided by n minus mean square. But we will only use this formula when the data doesn't have frequency, right? But this data is a group data, so we will not be using this. We will use this formula, right? And when we are doing this, we need to find the mean first, because If it's the other mean, we cannot find standard deviation. So I'm going to find the mean now. Okay, this is the symbol for mean. And what's the formula for mean? The formula for mean is take the midpoint times with frequency, divide with the total frequency. So we have to refer the table lah. So midpoint times frequency. Okay, we don't have midpoint, right? So yeah, we need to find all the midpoint. So how to find midpoint? Take these two numbers plus together and then divide 2. So 15 plus 19 plus and then divide 2. So 17. And then 20 plus 24. And then answer divide 2. So I get 22. So that's the midpoint. And then do the same thing for this. You'll get 27, 32, 37, 42, 47. And then what you do is take the midpoint times the frequency. So 17 times 1. Let's write it. Okay, I'll just do it here lah. I'll just do it here because I don't want to keep scrolling. So the C question, I'll find the mean first. So the mean here is, I'll just draw a panjang punya garisan. Okay, let's erase this. So the mean is equals to 17 times 1 plus with 22 times 2 plus with 27 times 3 plus with 32 times 5 plus with 37 times 7. Oops. 37 times 7 plus with 42 times 7 plus with 47 times 5. And then the whole thing have to divide by the total frequency, which is 30. So remember, if it's a group data and you need to find the mean, you will take the midpoint times with frequency and then jumlahkan semua and then divide with total frequency. All right, so let's calculate this whole thing. Let's press calculator. 17 plus 44 plus 27 times 3 plus 32 times 5 plus 37 times 7 plus 42 times 7 plus 47 times 5. Okay, my calculator give me 1090 and then answer divide 30. All right, 36.33. But I think it's better to write in fraction because later I have to use this in my standard deviation, right? So I'm just going to write in fraction. But it's not the answer yet. I still need to find the standard deviation. So I'm just going to write standard deviation equals square root. And then I'll just draw a very panjang punya garisan. Okay, and there's another garisan here. And then tolak dengan apa? Minus with what? Minus with mean square, which is 109/3. Okay, because I told you already what's the formula. Okay, it's written here, right? So the formula is square root sum of fx squared divide sum of f minus mean square. That is why here I have to write minus mean square. Okay. Okay, now what I have to write here? Okay, very easy. You just copy exactly from the mean. Yeah, it's the same thing. Just copy and paste aja. 22 times 2, 27 times 3 is the same. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. It's the same thing. 32 times 5, 37 times 7, 42 times 7, 47 times 5. But when you start it like this, you have to remember, you're gonna tambah satu benda. What you have to tambah? You're gonna tambah square, right? And let me show you one more time the formula. Did you see that the formula is total of fx square? It means siapa yang kena square? The x, right? And in this case, the x is actually the midpoint. Okay, because x is the data, right? And we end up writing the midpoint just now because it's a group data. So remember, the square, we will only square at the midpoint or the x. We will not square the frequency. If you square frequency, salah. That is why now we have to letak square dekat mana? Letak dekat 17 or letak dekat 1? Or both pun kena letak. Actually, you letak dekat 17 sahaja. And then 22, 27, 32. Only these numbers saja yang square. Because these are all the midpoint just now. Okay, remember we will never put square at the frequency. Tak ada orang letak square dekat frequency. Okay, salah tu. Okay, and then bahagi dengan total 30 lah, right? So now it's time to press calculator. Then I can find out the answer lah. 17 square plus 22 square times 2. Let me press. Plus 27 square times 3. Okay, I'm pressing the calculator. Plus 32 square times 5. Plus 37 square times 7. Plus 42 square times 7. Plus 47 square times 5. Okay, 41540. Then divide 30 minus 109/3 square. Okay, now I'll try to press everything. Answer divide 30 minus bracket 109/3 close bracket square. Make sure you put in all the bracket lah. All the bracket you have to letak, right? And then square root, don't forget to square root the whole thing. Square root you tekan last kali. So my calculator give me 8.035. Actually, it's 8.0346, but I usually like to write 4 significant figure, so it'll be 8.035. So this is the standard deviation. Okay, so that's the answer lah. Yeah, finish already. Okay, let's go. So you can ignore this one lah. I already do it atas tadi, right? So this one sudah buat tadi. Okay, so now we can continue. Okay, so let's continue with bahagian C. So this is section C, and this section mengandungi 2 soalan, jawab 1 soalan, right? So yeah, I will if during exam you will choose 1 question lah to do, but I will do both. Okay, in this video I will do both because I'm doing this for revision purpose, right? So I'm gonna do both questions. Okay, let's go. Question 16. Encik Johan is an Arab food restaurant entrepreneur. He sells 2 types of main menu, which are nasi maklubah and nasi mandi, as in diagram 8.1. So this is the menu. So this is the first dish he sell. Nasi maklubah, 38 ringgit. What the hell? And then nasi mandi is 26 ringgit. Okay. And then it says that the total sales of 24 sets of nasi maklubah and X sets of nasi mandi is RM3352 base 8. Okay, it's clear to me that this is a number-based question now, right? The moment I look at this base 8 here, then I know, yeah, it's a number-based question. So for 1 nasi maklubah, the price is 38 ringgit, right? But you don't see any base here, it means it's base 10. Yeah, if you don't see any base, means it's base 10, right? And they say the total sale of 24 sets of nasi maklubah and X sets of nasi mandi is RN3352 in base 8, right? And then it says Encik Johan sells the 2 menus at a very reasonable price. Are you sure? 38 ringgit? Okay, never mind. And then find the number of sets of nasi mandi. So it means find X lah. Find number of sets of set of nasi mandi means X, because there's X sets of nasi mandi, right? So it means you're finding X, right? So how to do this question? I think first thing first is you need to convert this total sale RM3352 to base 10 first, because every value is in base 10 except this thing, this RM. So I'm gonna convert the 3352 base 8 to base 10 now. So I'm just gonna write 3352 base 8, and I want to change to base 10. How do we convert a smaller base like a base 8 to base 10? Well, the answer is we will use the darab punya cara. If we are changing from a smaller base to base 10, we will always use the darab punya cara. Okay, the darab punya cara. But you have to darab dengan dia punya place value, right? Place value, it's called nilai tempat. So if it's a base 8 number, the digit yang paling belakang punya place value akan jadi 8 power 0, followed by 8 power 1, 8 power 2, 8 power 3, and so on. Of course, if it's like base 7, then it will be 7 power 0, 7 power 1, and so on lah. So it depends on the base. Yeah. So this is base 8. That's why the place value is like this. And now what we do is we will take the atas punya number, darab dengan the place value, which is 3 times 8 power 3. And then plus with the next one would be 3 times 8 power 2. And then plus with 5 times 8 power 1. Basically, you're just taking the atas punya number, darab bawah punya number. And then, yeah, just do it for everyone. Okay, 5 times 8 power 1. And then the last one is plus with 2 times 8 power 0. Right? So you will take all these numbers, darab, and then tambah semua lah. So now time to press calculator. So let me press. 3 times 8 power 3 plus 3 times 64 plus 5 times 8 plus 2. Okay, my calculator give me 1770. Okay, so this is base 10 lah. All right, and we already know that this is the total sale, right? So it means this 1770 is actually RM. So I think I will write RM here so that I know this is the total sale. And it's total sale of what? You can read one more time. It's total sale of 24 sets of nasi maklubah and X sets of nasi mandi. It means this 1770 ringgit is actually 24 times with 38 plus X times with 26, which is 26X equals to 1770. All right, you understand what I write here, right? I explain a bit, because this 1770 ringgit is the total sale of 24 nasi maklubah. But since 1 nasi maklubah is 38 ringgit, he buy the total, how to say? He sold 24 sets. So the total amount he earned for nasi maklubah is 38 times 24 lah. And then the total number, total number yang set yang dia sell for nasi mandi is X. So X times 26, and then add together is 170. Right? So now you can find X. You just pindah saja lah. So how to find? First of all, I will press 24 times 38 first. So I'll get 912. right? So I'm just gonna write it down, 912 plus equals to 1770, and then 26x equals to 1770 minus 992. All right, my calculator give me 858. And then the final step is to take the answer, divide by 26 lah. Okay, my calculator give me 33. And this is automatic in base 10 already. Because I use base 10 to do, right? Every number I use here is base 10, so it's base 10. So find the number of sets of nasi lemak mandi so the answer is 33 lah. So let's write it down. Number of set of nasi mandi so. Nasi mandi so is how much? Is 33, right? No need to write ringgit because this is the number of set. So I think, yeah, this is the final answer. Okay, let's continue. Let's go to B. Okay, B looks like a probability question, right? So let's go. Encik Johan opened 2 stalls A and B. Stall A, stall B at a carnival of entrepreneurship. Table 5.1 shows the probability of sales of the Arabic rice menu set throughout the carnival. So this is the probability, okay? So probability stall A Makduba is 3/7. Probability stall A Nasi Mandi 9/11. And then for B is 4/5, 8/13. Okay, number 1. Calculate the probability that Nasi Makduba and Nasi Mandi are sold at the stall A. Okay, if they say and, you will take the probability Nasi Makduba in stall A, which is 3/7. And then Nasi Mandi at stall A 9/11, and then just times together. So the answer for number 1 is 3/7 times with 9/11, right? Okay, let me explain a bit. I'm gonna show you a previous question that I did earlier, right? So which question I got mentioned just now? Yeah, here. Did you see it? Number 14. Because when I do number 14, I got mentioned this, right? Because 14 is also a set question, right? But set question, actually, they got asked about, okay, they never asked probability, but set and probability, they are connected a little bit, right? They have a little bit connection. So do you remember this thing? Yeah, I explained earlier. So if and, the symbol we use is intersection, and we will usually times if they say and. And then if the keyword is or, then it means it's a union, and we have to plus if or, okay, if union. That is why in the question 16 they say and, that's why I times. So now let's go back. So now you understand why I take the probability times is because they say and, right? But we have to take the probability Nasi Makluba and Nasi Mendi at stall A. So both at stall A. So this is how you do it. So now you just press calculator, then you get the answer. So my calculator give me 27/77. So that is the answer lah. All right, let's go to number 2. Number 2, I'm just going to do it here. Let's see. Encik Johan plans to give bonus to employees from stalls with the highest probability of selling Nasi Makduba and Nasi Mendi. Determine which stall are eligible to receive the bonus. Okay, let's read one more time. Who will get bonus? Employee from stall with the highest probability of selling Nasi Makduba and Nasi Mendi. Well, we already know stall A selling Makduba and Mendi punya probability. It's this one, right? I already calculated it. So now I just have to calculate for stall B, right? So for stall B, what is the probability of selling Nasi Makduba and Nasi Mendi? It will be 4/5 times also because it's n, and then 8/13. Okay, kalau dia cakap n, you have to times. So let's tekan this and see what I get. Okay, my calculator give me 32/65, right? 32/65. So now what we have to do is we have to choose which one is higher lah. Because they say uh only bonus to stall with the highest probability, right? So which stall is highest? Well, actually it's very hard to know which one is highest, right? We have to convert to decimal, right? So let's convert these two numbers to decimal, because we want to know which one is higher, all right? So if we convert to decimal, it's going to be easier to see which one is higher. So let me press. This is 0.35 something. Okay, 0.3506. 3506. And then 32 divided 65, if you write in decimal, is 0.4923. Right? So now you can see which one is higher lah. So determine which stall are eligible to receive the bonus. Well, it's clear to me it's stall B. Stall B. Okay, and yeah, I think it's only 2 marks. So they just say determine which stall, right? They never say give a reason. Okay, but if they ask for reason, the reason is because the probability of stall B is higher lah. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay, but this question is only 2 marks. They just want you to determine which stall has the eligible to receive bonus. So it's stall B lah, because the probability is higher. So I think that's all. Okay, now we can move on to question C. Let's read the question. At the end of the carnival of the entrepreneurship, Injit Johan has to go back to the restaurant to prepare orders from customer. Table 5 shows an information of Injit Johan's journey to the restaurant using shortest route. So I think they never mentioned anything important here. So I'm just gonna skip it. So this is the table. 6 p.m. departs from Carnival Place. 6:30 stop at R&R. 6:45 departs from R&R. 7 p.m. arrives at the restaurant. So now this says, given that the distance between Carnival Place and R&R is 40 kilometer. R&R. Carnival Place is this one, right? R&R is 40 kilometers. So 6 to 6:30 actually it's moving, right? Because 6 p.m. Departs. Departs means you start moving. Yeah, start moving, and you move until 6:30, and you already move for half an hour, right? And the distance travel is 40 kilometer lah, because that's the distance between the Carnival Place and the R&R. And then what happens here? 6:30 to 6:45. This one 0 kilometer, right? There is no movement at all because he stopped at R&R. It means from 6:30 to 6:45, this 15 minutes gap is just resting. Okay, does not move. And then here, yeah, here continue moving lah from R&R to restaurant, but I don't know the distance. Okay, but it's okay. Let's keep reading and see whether they got give us or not. And the distance between R&R and restaurant is 20 kilometers. So this 20 kilometer must be the distance here, right? Departs from R&R to restaurant. Yeah, the time taken is 15 minutes from 6:45 to 7 p.m., but the distance travel is 20 kilometers. Okay, so I can already tell this is a Form 4 chapter. It's called graph of motion, and this will be you can draw a distance time graph. Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you how the graph will look like. It will go up and then go flat and then go up. Yeah, this is how the graph will look like, right? How I know it will look like this is because from the first thing he do is move, right? He move. So when you move forward, in the distance time graph, the line will look like this when you move forward. Okay, because when the time increase, the distance is also increasing, right? That is why the line look like this. But this line, it will flat like this. You know why? Because the time is increasing. The time is like keep on ticking. The time is ticking. Time is ticking, but the distance is not how to say, there's no changes in the distance because you're just stopping. That is why the line will like this. And then this one you keep moving further forward, then of course the line will be like this. And then when you arrive, that's when you reach the destination. Okay, so now this says what? Soalan number 1, assuming the van travels at a uniform speed throughout the journey, draw a distance time graph representing the journey. Okay, so where should I draw it? Okay, oh, they actually provide me this how to say, this this y-axis, x-axis, so I can just use this, right? But okay, we can look at the y-axis is distance, so clearly it's a distance time graph. But the x-axis, they use time, but they got put 24-hour system, so we cannot write zero, like we cannot write in hours or in minutes. We have to write the actual time actually. So if you want to write actual time, I think the journey start with 6 a.m., right? So I have to write 0600. Okay, that's how we write 6. Wait, is it 6 a.m. or 6 p.m.? Oh, it's p.m. Okay, if it's p.m., then it's not like that already, right? Because if you write like this, it means in the morning. So we have to take 6 plus 12, which is 18, right? So yeah, 6 p.m. in 24-hour system, this is how we write it. Okay, 1800. And then let's see what's next. We can go like 6:30. Okay, let's change all this to 24-hour system. So it's how to say, it's 1800. This one is 6:30, which is 1830, the actual time. This one in 24-hour system 1845. This one 7 plus 12, I think is 1900. Okay, so I'm just gonna label all this. Okay, 6:37. All right, okay, boleh. So I'm just gonna choose a point here and write 1830. Okay, it means from here to here is 30 minutes, and then another 30 minutes will be exactly 7 o'clock, right? But there is still one more we have to label, which is the 1845. Okay, because this is where they departs from R&R. So yeah, so these are all the points that we need to make sure kena ada lah. So now we can start drawing our line, right? Of course, our first point will be here, right? And since we move forward, And we move forward for how many kilometers? 40 kilometers. For from 6 to 6:30, you move 40 kilometers. So from 6 to 6:30, you move 40. So the next line will be here. Yeah, it will be here like this, right? So now you will use a ruler to just draw it lah. Okay, okay, I don't want to draw it first. I want to plot everything first, right? Okay, what happens between 6:30 and 6:45? What happens here? Well, the table say from 6:30 to 6:45, dear, stop. Yeah, there's no movement because it's stopping at the R and R. So the line will be flat. It means the time is ticking, but there's no movement. So there's no change. There's no change in distance, right? So this one, the line will be flat. Okay, because stop lah. And then what happens between 6:45 and 7? Well, let's see. Departs from R and then arrive restaurant during 7 o'clock. So what's happening in between? It's moving forward also lah. It's moving forward and it's moving for 20 kilometers. So this is 40, right? What is 40 plus 20? 40 plus 20 is 60, right? So from here, I have to move another 20, which is 40 plus 20, 60. But they arrive during 7 p.m. So I have to plot here. It means the y coordinate is 60, and then the x coordinate is 7 o'clock. And now the only thing left to do is just to join all these lines. And then that's the answer, right? So move, stop, move. Okay, the movement is move forward and then stop, or you can say stationary and then move forward. Okay, all right, done already. This is the answer. Okay, but you have to be careful. If the soalan later got ask you to find speed or whatever, you cannot take the actual time down. You have to change it to like hours or minute, depending on what unit they want. If they want to find speed in kilometer per hour, it means you have to make sure your y-axis kilometer, your x-axis in hour. It means you have to change this one to 0. This one, how many hours? 0.5, right? Half an hour and so on, right? Or if they want kilometer per minute, then you have to change to minute and so on. Okay. Okay, but for now, for the C1, part 1, yeah, this is how you get full mark, right? So only 2 marks for this. So not so bad. Okay, B says what? Okay, not B lah. The question 2. Hence calculate the speed of the van in kilometer per minute. Wow, look at the unit. Kilometer per minute. And they want to find speed, right? Okay, what is the formula for speed? The formula for speed is distance over time. Is distance divided by time, right? And if you look at your y-axis and your x-axis, your y-axis is distance and your x-axis is time. It means you will use gradient for this graph to find speed, because this is a distance time graph. So you will use gradient to find. So I'm just going to write gradient here. Because the gradient formula is what? You are taking the difference in y divide bahagi dengan difference in x. Okay, means you are taking the difference in distance bahagi difference in time, which is exactly speed, right? That's why you will use gradient of the graph to find speed, right? But which line? Okay, you can look here. This says for the first 10 minutes. They want the speed of the van for the first 10 minutes. So I will find the gradient of for the first 10 minutes. Means from 6 to 6:10, which is lebih kurang here, right? But let me tell you, when you're finding the gradient of this line, it's the same as finding the gradient of this whole line, right? Because, yeah, it's like when you're finding here to here, punya gradient is the same as this, because these 3 points, they are sagaris, they are collinear. And if they are sagaris, they are collinear means they will share the same gradient. Okay, so you can just find the gradient of 6 to 6:30. Okay, it's the same, right? So I'm just gonna write down the coordinate, the two coordinate that I need to use to find the gradient. The first coordinate, please don't write 18000 like this. Please don't write like this. Okay, I already tell you, you cannot use the actual time. You have to make sure it's in minutes. This whole thing have to change to minutes. So this is when the time is 0 minute and the distance is 0. So the first point is 0, 0. The next point is 6:30. And how many minutes have passed? It's 30 minutes, right? So you write 30. Okay, but if let's say this question asks in hour, then I'll write 0.5 already. Okay, because in hours you have to take 30 minutes, you have to divide 60, right? Means you have to change to hour lah. But this one they want in minutes, so it's 30, and then the y coordinate is 40. All right, it means if I change all this to minutes, it will be 0, 30, 45. How many minutes? 1 hour, 60, right? But you don't have to change for everyone lah. Okay, you just need to how to say, change temporary and then write it here to find the gradient. So the formula will be y minus y, 40 minus 0, divide x minus x, 30 minus 0. And then you take 40 minus 30, you'll get 4/3, and that is the speed, right? So I'm just going to write the speed is how much? Speed is 4/3. Okay. Speed equals 4/3, and the unit is kilometer per minute. Okay. So is that what they want? Yeah, calculate the speed, right? In kilometer. Yeah, so that's the answer. Okay. You use gradient to find speed in a distance time graph. Okay. So I think you will get full mark like that. So yeah, so that's it. Oh, there's one more part, 16. Okay, let's go. Diagram 8.2 shows a piece of Inche Johan's new rectangular restaurant signboard. So this is how the signboard looks like. So we have the signature Arabic. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Okay. Restaurant Marhaba. Okay, that's the menu. Okay. Given that the area of signboard is 18 meters square. So it means, okay, this is a rectangle. So it means base times height will give you 18 meters square, right? So calculate the perimeter of signboard. Hey, you cannot calculate perimeter first. You cannot calculate perimeter first. You have to calculate x first, right? Because if you want to find perimeter, you need to have all four sides, and then you need to have all the length, right, for the four sides, and then add together. But you don't even have the length. You don't have any side because you don't have the x. So I think you have to use the area formula to find x first. So what you do now is they say area is 18, right? It means the base times height, which is 3x times with x minus 1 equals to 18. And I will uh, do from here. From here, I can find the x, right? And then after I find the x, then only I find the perimeter, okay? And keep in mind, everything is in meter. The perimeter also, they want in meter, okay? So yeah, the unit tak payah, we don't have to worry about the unit lah. Okay, just do it normally. 3x times x is 3x square. 3x times -1 is -3x. And if I am you, I will pindah the 18 over here, become -18. Why I pindah? Because I saw got square already. When you see got square means this is a quadratic. Quadratic, you must pindah everything to one side equals 0. Okay, so that it's like in general form. And then now you can uh factorize. But before factorize, I noticed all these numbers, they all can divide by 3. So I'm just going to divide 3, divide 3, divide 3. Just kecilkan. And now only I will press calculator. So I hope all of you know how to press. You have to press the ABC. So what will be the A for this equation? 1. What is the B? B is the number in front of X, which is -1. And then C will be the number at the back here, -6. So my calculator give me 3 and -2 as my answer. So what you have to do is you have to kosong satu baris, then only you write the x equals 3, x equals -2. And then in this baris, you have to write bracket equals 0. The first bracket, you will write x. Okay, your answer is +3. Then you have to write -3. Right? And then if this one -2, you have to write +2. Okay? Why you have to tukar tanda macam tu? Because x minus 3 equals 0, then only when you pindah the -3 to the other side, then only it becomes 3. Okay, that's why you have to, that's why, okay, same reason here lah. Why you have to write x plus 2? Because 2 when you pindah, then baru dia boleh jadi -2. Okay, okay, now we already get my value of x, but x can only be one answer, right? It cannot be have two answer one. So which one is the correct one, 3 or -2? Okay, imagine x is -2. What will happen to the length? Here, it will be 3 times x, 3 times -2, which gives you -6 meter. Logic tak? Panjang ini -6. Tak logic kan? How can panjang be negative? You cannot. Panjang cannot have -1. So definitely x cannot be -2. So I will just write rejected here. It means that the only answer that makes sense here is the 3. It means now I know my length already. It's not 3x, it's 3 times 3, which gives you 9 meter. And this will be 9 meter also, right? Then what about here? X minus 1. So x, I already know is 3, right? So it'll be 3 minus 1, which gives you 2 meter. So now we can find our perimeter easily. Perimeter, they also want in meter, right? That's why you don't have to worry about the unit. Just take all sides, add together. So it will be 9 meter plus 9 meter plus 2 meter plus 2 meter. Okay, this is 2 meter also. This one and this one sama. Or you can also write 9 times 2 plus 2 times 2. Can also lah. So I think it's 18 plus 4, 22. And don't forget the unit is still in meter. Okay, because everything is in meter. Okay, that's all for question 16. All right, let's continue. Number 17. I think this is the last question. So let's go. Zahir is the owner of a cake factory. Okay. He bought an MPV for 108,000 to distribute cakes manufactured by his factory. MPV is like a, how to say? It's like a kenderaan lah. It's like kenderaan. Okay, like a vehicle. So he bought like a vehicle to distribute cakes, and the price of the vehicle is RM 108,000. Okay, and then it says Zahir pays a down payment of 10%. What is down payment? Down payment is the money that you pay already. Okay, the money that you pay yourself, right? The money you pay yourself, and then the balance is paid in installment over 3 years. It means you only pay 10% first, and then the rest 90% he will go and pinjam bank. Yeah. And then when you pinjam bank, you have to bayar balik kepada bank, right? But when you bayar balik kepada bank, it will be much more extra charge because there's interest, right? There's interest when you how to say pinjam from bank. And then it says the flat interest rate charged by bank is 4.5% per annum, and the monthly installment payable is 2389.5. Number one, calculate the value of T. Okay, let's talk about the formula that we will use for this question. The formula that we will use for this question is I equals PRT, right? Okay, this is the simple interest formula. Another formula here is A equals P plus PRT, right? Okay, let me explain these two formulas. The first formula is to calculate interest. Okay, calculate interest. Okay, P stands for principal. Okay, and what is principal? Principal means the amount you want to pinjam from bank lah. Okay, amount you want to pinjam from bank. And then R is the interest rate, and then T is just how many years. Okay, but this formula is only used to calculate interest. Then what about this formula? Well, this formula, if you can see, PRT is I, right? It means this whole thing at the back here is the I. But why I have to plus with P? Well, I already tell you, P stands for principal, which is the amount yang you pinjam daripada bank. It means this formula is to calculate the total loan repayment, right? The first formula here is to calculate interest only. Okay, but the second formula is to calculate total loan repayment. It means when you pinjam from bank, when you, how to say, pinjam from bank, berapa yang you kena bayar balik? Then we use this formula, right? If you want to know berapa total yang kita kena bayar balik, right? Okay, first of all, we want to know how many we pinjam from bank first. So how to know? We will take 108,000 times with 90%. You know why? Because 10% I already paid. I don't need anyone's help. I already paid using my own money. Okay, that's what it means by down payment, by the way. You pay it yourself. So the rest only I will pinjam from bank. So that's why I times with 90 how to say 90%. So because 10% I pay already, right? So the remaining 90% I have to pinjam. So I'm gonna press calculator and see what I get. 108,000 times 90%. Okay, my calculator give me 97200. But this is not the answer, of course. Yeah, it's definitely not the answer. This is just the amount that you have to pinjam from bank. But let me ask you, if you pinjam from bank, you pinjam this amount, when you pay back to the bank, will you pay this amount? Actually, no. Because if you pinjam from bank this amount, when you pay it back, you have to pay more than this amount because they will charge you interest. Okay? Yeah, when you pinjam, you have to bayar balik kepada bank. When you bayar balik kepada bank, you have to bayar banyak sikit because there's interest. And the formula to calculate interest is this one, which is I equals PRT. So I'm just gonna write I here. Let's calculate the interest. 97200 times with the rate of interest, and they give you is 4.5% per annum, means per year lah. So it's 4.5 divide 100 because it's percentage, and then times with the time in years, which is, oh, they never give me how many years. So I'm just gonna write T. Okay, so this question is like you can't find the, how to say, you don't need to find the monthly installment. They give you the monthly installment, they ask you to find back the years. So yeah, it's possible also. Okay, the T I obviously cannot press. I'll just press 97200 times 4.5 divided 100. Okay, this one can cut, right? So let's potong and then press 972 times 4.5. Okay, my calculator give me 4374, right? But don't forget the T, okay, the T cannot press because, yeah, they never give me, right? But it's okay because they got give me monthly installment, right? So this monthly installment is 2389.50, right? So we can actually find the total loan repayment. Okay, we can actually find the total loan repayment. And how we do it is So actually, after you use this formula, P plus PRT to get the A is the total repayment, you will divide by the how many months get the monthly installment, right? Because the formula for monthly installment is you take the total loan repayment, which is A, multiply with like how many months, right? So I think I should write, maybe I should write Y here. Yeah, but I want you to know Y represents how many months. Okay, how many total months you have to pay back. That's how you calculate monthly installment, because total loan repayment is the total amount that you have to bayar in over, like, let's say 5 years lah, 5 years. Okay, so to get monthly installment, you have to divide by 60 lah, because 5 years is 5 times 12 is 60 months, right? So that's why there's another formula like this. So to get the total loan repayment, I will take the monthly installment, which is 2389.50, multiply with T, multiply with 12. You understand, right? Because monthly installment formula is, so monthly installment formula is the total loan repayment divided by Y, right? Okay, in this case is T lah. In this case is T. Okay, but the T is in years, right? So to change to months, I have to times 12 here, right? So yeah, so you understand now how to get A. I will just move this over here. But since this one is bahagi, that's why it's jadi darab. So to get the total loan repayment, which is the A, I have to take the monthly installment times with T times with 12. Because dia duduk bawah means bahagi. When you move up, jadi darab. So it will be monthly installment, which is 2389.5, darab T, darab 12. Okay, because one in, because you have to change to months lah. Because this is the monthly installment, right? So now you press calculator, 2389.5 times 12. The T cannot press lah. The T cannot press. So my calculator give me 28674. So now we already know the total loan repayment is 28674 T lah, right? But then how to find value of T? Let's see. We can use the P plus PRT formula, right? Yeah, because now we already know total loan repayment is this one. It means the P plus PRT will give you this also, right? So total loan repayment is this one, and then we can use the P plus PRT formula. What is the P? P is the principal is 97200, and then plus with PRT, which I already do it, is the 4374T. Okay, because this PRT is the interest, right? And the interest is this one. And we all know when we plus these two, we will get the total loan repayment, which is 28674T. Okay, so now we can find our T finally, right? So how we find it is, I think I will move this over here. I will move the 4374 to the other side because T dengan T boleh buat. Okay, T dengan T boleh buat. So I will take 28674 minus 4374. So my calculator give me 24300, but don't forget the T. And then here, the 97200, you will leave it here. And then now you can find your T, 97200, divide answer. So my calculator actually give me 4, but you need to know this is 4 what? It's 4, wait, calculate value of T. It's 4 years, yeah, it's 4 years. Yeah, because it's in years. Yeah, the T is in years, right? So that's the answer. So I'm just gonna write dot 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 T equals 4 years. So I hope you understand my explanation. This is actually a difficult type of question. Usually when I see the simple interest come out in trial, they will ask you to find monthly installment. They will ask you to find monthly installment, but this question is a bit difficult because they give you the monthly installment, they ask you to find back the years instead. So it's considered like a susah sedikit punya lah, dia ada twist sikit punya soalan, right? So yeah, this is how I would do it. Now we continue with B lah. So B says what? Calculate the total amount of money paid by Zahir for the MPV. So the total amount he paid is obviously the 10% of it, which is okay. I'm just gonna write here. So the second question, the total amount paid is obviously 10% lah. Okay, because the down payment, right? 10% of the price of the car, which is 108,000. But you have to plus with what? Plus with the A. Do you know what is A? I told you already what is A. A is the total loan repayment over all the years, over the total years, right? So total loan repayment, because the amount you pinjam is 97200, but the amount that yang you kena bayar balik kepada bank is not this one. Is the total loan repayment is this one. Yeah, 28674T. And we already know the T is 4, right? So I'm just gonna write 28674T, and the T just now I know is 4. Okay, I'm gonna press this whole thing first. I'm gonna press 28674 times 4 first. Okay, so I will get 28674 times 4. So I actually get 114,696. And what is this? What is 114,696? This is the total loan repayment. It means the amount I pinjam from bank is this one. But the amount that I have to bayar balik, the total loan repayment is this one. Can you see sudah tambah? Yeah lah, because got interest ma. Because charge interest already. That is why. Okay, that is why. And how I calculate this is by using the formula P plus PRT. Okay. Of course, you can also do it another way, which is take the monthly installment times with the years, right? Which is what I did earlier lah, right? So yeah, that's how you do it. And then what about here? 10% of this is 10. Okay, this one can cut, right? So it's 10800. And then now you just plus these two, then you will get the total amount paid by Zahir. So I'm just gonna write equal here. and then plus. Okay, my calculator give me 125,496. Okay, but don't forget to write RM lah. If you don't want to write RM for the working is fine, but make sure in the last baris you always write the RM. Okay, because they will give you marks. Okay, dia bagi markah dekat sini. So make sure you write the RM there lah. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, number 17. Okay, let's read the question. Zahir had to distribute the cakes to 6 shops in one area. Table 6 shows the length of road connecting the shops. So there are 6 shops. From shop P to shop Q, 13 kilometer. Shop P to shop T, 10 kilometer. Shop Q to shop R, 5 kilometer, and so on. These are all the distance. So number 1 says complete the undirected weighted graph in the answer space. So this is definitely network in graph theory, and they want you to draw the graph, right? Let's see how they give us the space. Oh, you can see they already put down all the vertices. Let's count whether got 6 or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, it really got 6 shop. So now I think what I need to do is just join all the dots. But you have to make sure when you join it, it's an undirected weighted graph. So when we are doing this kind of question, always check whether they want you to draw a directed or undirected, weighted or not weighted. So if they say undirected means what? It means there is no direction. There's no direction. It means it's not one way. You can go from P to Q, Q to P also. It means don't have to put arrow later because undirected. If directed, then got direction. Undirected means no direction. So no direction means no arrow. And then weighted means what? Weighted means every lines have to label with a number. Okay, and the number we call it weight. And in this case, the weight represent distance, right? So now we can draw our graph. So the first line, P to Q, 13. So I'm just gonna go to the graph and join P to Q and then just label 13. So I will just write 13 here, right? And it's kilometers, right? But I don't think you have to label the kilometers, but to be safe, just label it lah. If you want to be, if you're scared, right? Of course, during SPM, you don't want to risk anything. So yeah, it's better to just write it, okay? If to how to say, just to be safe lah. And then what about the arrow? No need. I tell you already, arrow no need because it's an undirected graph, right? But the 13 have to write because it's a weighted graph. Okay, let's continue. Next one, P to T 10. Let's go. P to T 10. Just join from P to T. Use ruler, of course. And then just write 10 kilometers. Okay, and no need to put direction, but I have to label the 10. The 10 must label because it's a weighted graph. Next one, QR5. QR5. Q to R5 is here. It's 5, right? So just write 5 kilometers. The 5 must write because it's a weighted graph, but the arrow no need because it's undirected. Okay. Okay, let's continue. QT is 12. Let's go. QT 12. So let's draw a line from Q to T and then label 12. 12. Oh, 12 kilometers. Okay, next one. QU 3. Let's go. QU 3. So Q to U is here to here and then 3 kilometers. Make sure you label all the lines, because it's a weighted graph. Weighted graph means all the edges, all the lines you have to label. S to R, 6 kilometers. Let's go. S to R is here to here and then 6 kilometers. Okay, let's continue. Next one is R to U, 8. Let's go, R to U. This one, then just put an 8 there. Okay, done. Now what's next? Oops, what happened? Okay, all right. So next one is ST15. So ST, where's S to T? Like this, and then 15, right? No need to put arrow, because it's undirected, means no direction, no arrow, S to U 9. Let's go. S to U. S is here, U is here. Okay, 9 kilometers. Let's label. You must label this because it's a weighted graph. That's why. And then finally, we are at the last one, T to U 2. So last one, where is it? T to U, I think is here, and then it's 2 kilometers, right? So yeah, just label here. Okay, I'm done with my graph. So I think you get full mark, right? If you draw like this. Remember, cannot put arrow. So remember in exam, always check whether what type of graph they want, whether it's directed or undirected, weighted or not weighted. So this is undirected, that's why I never put any arrow, but it's weighted. That is why I have to label all the lines with numbers lah. All right, so that's it. Now let's do question number 2. Determine the shortest route for Zahir's journey starting from P to R if each shop is visited only once. Hence, calculate the total distance for the route. Okay, I will do question 2 here. I want to find what? Shortest route near wait, shortest route. So I have to write down the route lah, but it has to start from P, and then there will be how many arrows? One, two. There should be 6 shops, so there should be one, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it means 5 arrows lah. Yeah, and all it has to passes through all the shops. Okay, which is P T Q U R S lah. In total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 shops, right? But the first shop must be P because it says start from P and then go to R. And the condition here is each shop is visited only once. That's why there's only 5 arrows lah. Cannot more than 5 arrows because each shop will pass through once only. But they want the shortest route, right? Calculate the total distance. So how to know from P, which is here, and then R, which is here, the shortest distance? Okay, we cannot go like this. 13 plus 5 definitely cannot, because if you go like that, you never passes through all the shop, because they said what, uh if each shop is visited once, only once, means you have to pass through every single shop, right? So it means yeah, you have to pass through. You cannot go just PQR like that. So you have to pass it through all shops. So one of the route that you can take is P to T, okay, and then T to Q. Cannot Q to R, tak boleh, because I already said you have to pass it through all shop before going R. So it has to go U first maybe, and then go S, go R. So this is one of the route. Okay, this is one of the route. P to T, T to Q, Q to U, U to S, S to R. But is it the shortest? Well, I don't know. We have to take all this, how to say, all this distance plus together lah. 10 plus 12 plus 3 plus 9 plus 6, right? So I'm just gonna press quickly and see what I get. 10 plus 12 plus 3 plus 9 plus 6. Okay, 40. If I use this route, the distance is 40. So I'm gonna erase this route, and then I will write down here P to, wait, how I do it just now? T, right? Yeah, P to T, and then T to Q, and then Q to U, which is 3, and then Q to U to S, and then S to R. So the distance, if I do it like this, is 40, right? But is it the shortest? Who knows, right? Like, we haven't tried other route, so let's try other route. So the first route is go P T Q U S R, right? But we can also go from P to, where is it? We can also go from P to Q, right? Okay, if I go P T, okay, actually P to T, and then you can go S U Q R, can also, right? It means you go like this. You go like this, P T S U Q R, like that. Okay, but the total distance will be how much? It will be 10. Let's press calculator. 10 plus 15 plus 9 plus 3 plus 8. 5. Last one is 5. So I check one more time. 10 plus 15. T to S is 15. And then S to U is 9. And then U to Q is 3. And then Q to R is 5. Yeah. Okay, my calculator give me 42. Right, 42. So I think you can tell what I'm doing, right? It means I'm just trying all the possible route, and then I try with all the route and see which one give me the smallest answer, because the smallest answer means is the nearest one lah, the shortest distance, right? But I don't want to waste your time, because I already know the answer, because I do this question for the second time already. So I'm not gonna waste your time. I'm just gonna tell you the answer. The answer is, the shortest route is you go P and then you go Q. After you go Q, you go U, you go T, you go S, you go R. But of course, during exam, you can use the method I showed you just now. You write down all the possible route, and then you calculate all the total distance and see which one gives you the smallest answer lah. Okay, because they want shortest, right? If they want longest distance, then of course you will choose the paling besar punya distance lah. Okay, but this is the shortest route. So from P to Q, Q to U, U to T, T to S, T to S to R. Yeah, this is the shortest one. And now we can they also ask us to, okay, they ask us to determine the shortest route, which is this one. This one have to write. This one ada marker. If you tak tulis, tak ada marker. This one. And then hence calculate the total distance. So I'm just gonna write total distance, right? So let's calculate P to Q, Q to U. Let's see. P to Q is 13. Q to U is 3, which is 16. 16 and then go T. So 16 plus 2 is 18. 18 and then go to S, which is plus 15. So 18 plus 15 plus 6. Let's see. 15 plus 15 plus 6. Okay, my calculator give me 39. right? 39. So the total distance, ataupun the shortest distance from P to R is 39. Okay, so yeah, this is the answer. Okay, okay, let's go. Let's do C. Oops, what happened? What happened? What happened? Okay, okay. C. C says Zahir uses 2 kilogram of wet wheat or wet, I don't know, wheat flour, 400 gram of sugar, and 0.05 kg of butter to make a cake. Express the ratio of ingredients in the simplest form. So the ratio of ingredient, it means I have to write the ratio for what? For wheat, sugar, and butter, but they are all in different unit. So how? You can change everything to same unit first lah. Alright. So I'm just gonna write what is this? Mass, right? They are all mass. So I will just write wheat, but it's in kilogram, right? Okay lah, I'll just leave it in kilogram lah, whatever. Okay, I'll just put 2 kg. It means I'll change everything to kilogram. And then sugar, which is 400 gram, but I can divide 1000. Okay, because 1 kilogram is equivalent to 1000 gram. So if I want to convert gram to kilogram, I will divide 1000. So divide 1000, and then I'll get 0.4 kg. And then the last one is what is this? Uh, Sugar. I mean butter. So the butter is equals to 0.05 kg, right? And now I can express the ratio. So the ratio will be 2 ratio 0.4 ratio 0.05. Okay. But I want you to know 0.4 is actually 2 over 5. If you don't believe me, you can press calculator 2 divided 5, right? You will get what is it? You will get 0.4. Okay. And then 0.505 is just 5 over 100. 5 divided 100, which is the same as in fraction. Okay, let's press. This is 5 divided 100. 1 over 20. Yeah, 1 over 20. And let me tell you, when we write a ratio, we usually want our ratio to in how to say? In integer. It means we don't want to have decimal one. That is why we have to try to, how to say, make sure all the decimal hilang. So what I will do is I'll take all these numbers, because there's decimal here, 0 point something, 0 point something. So what I will do is I'll times 20, right? Okay, some of you might ask, hey, sir, how you know need to times 20? Because I changed to fraction. 0.05 in fraction is 1 over 20, and then 0.4 in fraction is 2 over 5. So if I want to get rid of the fraction, if I want to get rid of this fraction, I times 5, right? But when you times 5, this over 5, this fraction will hilang, but this fraction will not hilang when you times 5. Alright, that is why I times with the big number here, which is 20. Because when you times 20, this fraction, you can get rid of the fraction here, and you can get rid of the fraction here at the same time, right? That's why it's faster. It's more faster if I times with 20 straight away. So 2 times 20 is 40. 0.4 times 20, you can use calculator. You will get 8. And then 0.05 times 20, you will get 1, right? So yeah, this is the answer. Okay. Okay, let me tell you another method to do this question. You can also change everything to gram. Yeah, can also. Okay, but if you change everything to gram, it will be like 2000 ratio 400 ratio 50. Okay, and then you will divide everything by, I don't know lah, divide everything by until it's the simplest form lah. It means you find the how to say, common factor for all the three numbers, and then divide, and you will get the same answer. Okay. All right, hope you understand. Now we can continue with D. Okay, this is a graph of motion question. Okay, in number 16 also they got ask graph of motion, right? But in number 16 just now is a distance time graph. Now is a speed time graph. Okay, I remember just now in 16 C or D, yeah, they also asked this one, right? Okay, let's do 17. Diagram 9 shows a speed time graph. Hey, the moment you see speed time graph, automatic, you need to know what you need to know. You need to know that you can use gradient of the gradient to find acceleration. For speed time graph, you can use gradient of the line to find the acceleration, and you can use area under graph to find distance. Okay, yang tu kena tahu. If tak tahu, tak boleh ambil SPM. Okay, yang tu kena tahu. Okay, I repeat one more time. When it's a speed time graph, you can use gradient find acceleration, and you can use area under graph, means area bawah garisan, to find distance. Okay, to find distance travel. Okay, with that out of the way, now we read the question. Zahir's journey to deliver cakes within 56 minutes. So we can see it's in minutes. But if we look carefully, the y-axis speed unit is kilometer per hour. This one is in minute. So if I find acceleration, it will be kilometer per hour per minute. My acceleration unit will be like this. Okay, but maybe the question don't want to find in this unit, so we have to read carefully later. And also one more thing, when you find area, you are taking the y-axis times with the x-axis. So you have to make sure this one is in hour, then only you can cut to find the distance. All right. So we might need if the soalan got ask us to find distance, it means if you want to find area later, definitely I have to change all these to hours. Okay. So that because we want the unit time here, hours match with this hour here. Okay. Okay. But anyways, let's read first. Given the MPV accelerates at 75 km per hour within certain period of time. Soalan number one, calculate value of V. This 75, I will straight away write gradient equals 75. Okay. I'm sure you will, I'm sure some of you understand why I write this. Okay. But for those who don't understand, I will repeat one more time, even though I already said it in the beginning just now. This is a split time graph, and I already mentioned just now in the beginning, you can use gradient to find acceleration. So now they say the acceleration is 75 km per hour. It means gradient, gradient is 75, right? But look at the unit. It's kmh minus 2. So if you find gradient now from here, you will get the unit kilometer per hour per minute, which is not same with this unit. So I have to make sure I change all this to hours. Okay. Okay, but I don't want to change first lah. Let's just determine which gradient first. So there's three lines here. Which gradient do you think is this 75? They mentioned about accelerate, right? So if you look at this, the first line, we call it uniform speed. Okay, uniform speed ataupun constant speed, right? In Bahasa Melayu, kelajuan seragam. What does it mean by kelajuan seragam? Means the time is ticking, but the speed never change. It means it's just moving at the same speed. Okay, dia tak ada accelerate, dia tak ada decelerate. It's just tak ada perubahan laju. There's no changes in speed, right? For the first 20 minutes. Here, what happens is the speed is increasing over time. So this one we call it accelerate. Okay, but pecutan. Okay, in Bahasa Melayu pecutan. This one is decelerate, right? So now I think you know the 75 is definitely the gradient of this line, right? Because they never say which line, right? They just say accelerate 75 within certain period of time. But we all know there's only one line there's only one period of time where this car accelerate, which is from here to here. That's the only time where they accelerate. Okay, the other two lines is like uniform speed and decelerate. So definitely it's talking about this line. So now I need two coordinate. The first coordinate is 40V, but I already tell you cannot use 40 because 40 is in minute. You have to convert to 60. So it'll be 40 over 60. And later I'll use calculator to help me with this. Okay, what is the other point? The x coordinate is 20, but it's in minutes, so have to change to hour. So 20 divided 60, and then the y coordinate is 15, right? So now I'm just gonna press calculator for I'm just gonna press calculator 40 divided 60, and my calculator give me 2 over 3, and then v. That's the first point I will use to find gradient using this point later. Another point is 20 divided 60. If I press, I get 1 over 3, and then v. So let's use these 2 points now and find the gradient. So the formula for gradient is y minus y x divide x minus x. So it'll be v minus 15 bahagi divide with 2 over 3 minus 1 over 3. Okay, let's put in bracket lah. And the whole thing is equals to 75. So now you will get v minus 15 over 2 over 3 minus 1 over 3 is 1 over 3. Okay, equals to 75. And then now it becomes v minus 15 equals to 75. This one you can move it up here, becomes times 1 over 3. So now you get v equals, okay, sorry, v minus 15 equals 75 times 1 over 3. And if you press calculator, you get 75 over 3. And then the last step is just 75 over 3 plus with 15. Okay. Hey, wait, 75 divided 3, what do you get? You get 25, right? So yeah, so this one is 25. Okay. So here I should write 25. So now you can find your V easily. Just take 25 minus 15, move over, become plus. So now it becomes 25 plus 15, which is 40. And V is a speed, right? Because V is a point in y-axis. So the unit for this is just follow the y-axis unit, kilometer per hour. Okay. So I think this is the answer. Yeah. So that's all. Now we do question number 2 lah. Number 2 says what? Calculate the total distance in kilometer traveled by the MPV. So they never, okay, usually in exam, you have to read carefully because When you find distance, you will use area to find distance. Remember, if it's a speed time graph, you will use area under graph to find distance. But usually, the soalan will try to make it susah. How they make it susah? They want you to find distance. It means you use area to find, right? But they don't want for the whole journey. It means they only want, let's say, for the first 20 minutes. It means you will only find the area of rectangle, right? So you have to read carefully. The soalan will say for how long, right? Uh, for how what the period of time they have to give you the period of time, right? But if the question never mentioned like this, it means for the whole journey, right? Okay, but there's a lot of question where they only want sebahagian saja, they don't want the whole journey, so you have to read carefully during exam, huh? Okay, but this one they already mentioned is for the like total lah, so definitely I'll use total area. Okay. Okay, for those who don't know why I write total area, because they want total distance, and I already tell you for speed time graph, you memang kena guna area under graph to find the distance, right? So what is the total area? First of all, we need to find area under the graph, under the line. So the first line is this line. So under the line, you will get a rectangle. The second line is this one. Under the line, you will get a trapezium like this. And then the third line looks like this. So under, you get a triangle. So it means you will have to take the area of this one plus area of this one plus area of this one, right? Okay, the first is a rectangle, so you will take base times height. But the base cannot be 20. I got mentioned in the beginning. Do you remember when I read the question, I straight away mentioned already? Okay, because I noticed something weird about the unit. When we find area, we are basically taking the y-axis multiply with x-axis to find the distance. And if you look at the y-axis, the unit is kilometer per hour, but the x-axis is in minutes, right? So if you want to find the distance in kilometers, you have to make sure the x-axis should be in hours, because then only you can cut the hours. Then only you will get in kilometers. It means if you are doing this question, we actually need to do what? We need to change all this to hours. Means all of this I have to divide 60, right? Okay, but I'm gonna write it down here. So for the total area, it will be base times height, right? So what is the base? Here to here is 20, right? But I have to divide 60. You know why? Because I have to change to hour lah. Because 20 is in minutes, minute change to hour. Okay. And why need to change to hour? So that the unit here match with this unit here, the kilometer per hour. Then only when you take kilometer per hour times hour, when you find area, then you can get the distance in kilometer. Makes sense, right? Okay, so this is the base times with the height of the rectangle is 15. Yeah, done already. This is the first shape in the area, plus with trapezium. Okay, does anyone know how to find area of trapezium? You have to take A, B, let's say this one is ABC. The formula is 1 over 2 multiply with A plus B, where A and B is the two parallel sides, and then times with C. So for this case, what is the A plus B? It will be this one plus this one, right? So the panjang here is 15, and then the panjang here is V, right? So it will be 15 plus V. But the V, I already find out just now, right? It is 40. So I can straight away write 40 here. And don't forget to multiply with the jarak here, which is 20. Why the jarak here is 20? Because 40 minus 20. But it's 20 minutes. So what you have to do? Divide 60 also. Okay? It means every time I baca x-axis, I have to bahagi 60 because it's in minute. Okay? Okay, finally, the last one is the triangle, which is 1 over 2 times base times height. The base of the triangle is here, which is 40 to 56. So I have to take 56 minus 40 first. Let's see what I get. Okay, my calculator give me 16. It means the base of the triangle is 16, but I have to divide 60. Why? Because I mentioned many times already, this 16 is in minutes. I want it in hours. Because you want it in hours so that the x-axis is in hours, y-axis is in kilometer per hour. Then only when you find area, you can cut to get kilometers. Okay. Okay, so the base is 16. What is the height? V, which is 40. So just write 40. Okay. So now it's time to press calculator. 20 divide 60 times 15. 5. Okay, but you still have to plus with this whole thing. So let's press 15 plus 40. And then answer times 20 divide 60 and then divide 2. So I get 55 over 6. And then the final one, 16 divide 60 and then times 40 divide 2. So I get 16 over 3. Okay, now you just tambah everything. Answer plus 55 over 6. Okay, 39 over 2. Okay, 39 over 2. So it means that the total area is 39 over 2. And if the total area is 39 over 2, it means what is the total distance? The total distance is 39 over 2 lah. Okay, let's change to decimal and see what they give us. If they give us like a banyak decimal place, then I will write in fraction. But if they give us like a few decimal place, then I will prefer to write in decimal. So they actually when you change to decimal, it's 19.5. So yeah, you can write 19.5, right? And of course the unit is kilometer. Okay, but of course if you want to write 39/2 can also. Yeah, is the same if you write in fraction. Okay, 19.5 and 39/2 is the same thing. So I hope you understand my explanation. When they ask for distance in a speed time graph, you will use area to find. Okay, area is used to find distance in the speed time graph, right? Okay, that's all right. Yeah, that's the end. So hope you understand my explanation and see you next video. Bye bye. Good luck for SPM. Let's go.